Hello and welcome. So, when you're sure about something, and I mean really sure, you've known it your whole life, and somebody comes up to you and says the opposite thing, and you realize that, oh yeah, they're right. And we all know what that feels like. It's probably hard to admit, oh yeah, you do have a point. To say that is like humbling, right? So a lot of people, most people, probably me and you included, don't like to be wrong. We don't like to be wrong. Nobody likes to be wrong. But today I'm going to show you something that it's the most simple fact, and it is an observation that you and I make our entire lives. Two specific things. One of them is on your screen. The sky appears to rotate. That's what we all observe. That's the only sky that we observe. The one that rotates. The one that's turning when we set our camera outside and we don't move the camera. The one that my telescope motors, the sidereal motors in my telescope, are only there because of a specific reason, and that is because the sky is turning. The telescope, in order to take a star and to stay focused on it, or to keep it in the viewfinder, the telescope has to move. This is a fact. If you put your telescope outside and you don't have it moving, if you just sit it in one place and you look at through the eyepiece, you're going to see the stars moving across your view. This is another fact. Very simple things that I'm explaining here. And the camera that I use to take this image that's on your screen right now is, I don't remember if it was a P900 or a P1000, but that camera, as you can tell by the trees in the image on the left part of the image, you can tell that the camera didn't move at all the entire time that it was recording the stars. So I don't care what you feel or what you hope is true. I'm going to talk about what is actually true because we observe it and there's no way to argue with it. Okay? I had to realize a few years ago that I was assuming something that I was taught was true. And I've realized over the last 5 years that I was actually taught a lie. And I'm going to explain that right now. And this is a fact. This is clear. It's not a debatable topic. It's not up for debate. On your screen, there are a few things on your screen. There's those trees that we can see. There's the night sky, like that kind of like darkish sky. And then there is the things that are moving in the image. The only things that are moving in the image, what are those? Those would be stars. Okay? This is a very simple observation that we can make any day that it's not cloudy and we can see the night sky, or any night, I should say. I'm going to show you a group of people that are determined to be in error. And when presented with truth, they lash out with false accusations, and they lash out with name-calling and threats and just about everything under the sun, rather than just doing what I did a few years ago and realized, I was actually wrong. Because a few years ago, if you would have showed me this picture, I would have said, well, it looks that way. It looks like the stars are turning, but they're actually not. How stupid is that? Sorry, guys, I'm going to use the word stupid in this stream because I could use the word dumb. That might be more polite. But whatever the right word is, that's the word, okay? If you look at the sky and the sky's turning, who in their right mind would say, good thing the sky's not turning? That's actually the ground beneath us that's turning, even though we are not turning. It's the sky that's turning, obviously. So we're going to go to the desktop. I'm going to show you some things. Oh, I got another. Haha, Jupiter was laughing at you there. Last night, MC Tune, we're just going to look at some comments, and it is insane, you guys. It's insane what these people are pushing, and the blindness. That's the only word I can come up with is like blindness to the truth, and taking super big pride, arrogant pride in being falsely, or in being in error. Now, this isn't a topic of I'm right, you're wrong. This is a topic of science. It doesn't matter what my opinion is. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. Science would be actually interested in finding out the facts, the things we can observe, the things that, and I'm not going to be biased towards one side, because there's a lot of flat earthers that are biased towards flat earth, and they make up their own beliefs that aren't true in their head too. And I'm not going to like get too much into that, but there's definitely something wrong when people say, in their own minds, they say, well, he has a good point, and he's actually saying something that's true. And then their only reaction that they can come up with is to, lash out with, you'll see on the, so over at MC Tune's channel, Effed Up World has a wrench, because MC Tune and me, we get along great. We disagree on a lot for sure. But, so I come into his live stream 3 hours in. So these guys have been talking about, I don't even know what they're talking about. Apparently Terry R. Eicher Flat Out Lies as the title. So I came in at about 3 hours. Here's the first comment I made. Globe Pseudoscience Tuesday, because he does a live stream on Tuesday. And so, you know what, Sean Hawkins? You are science illiterate, my friend. If you think that putting a circle on the ceiling and putting an equatorial mount to go and trace that circle with a camera is going to show you anything, it doesn't show you anything. It's not going to that's not a test. You need to wake up, Sean. Sorry. Tell me this. If I point my telescope up at the sky and I don't turn it on, whoops, I got to get my image. Am I going to see the sky moving, or am I going to see the ground moving? You tell me, Sean. You're a good example of who I'm talking about here, Sean. Now, I didn't really talk to you too much in Tune's chat yesterday, but Sean, I want you to think about this. Think about this real hard, because what you're doing is you are fighting against obvious fact that we all observe, every single one of us. So you don't have a special platform that you are standing on, that you know something that other people don't know, or that you have some knowledge that other people don't have. Sorry, that's not what this is. This is actually science. So I don't care what Sean thinks. I don't care what MC Tune thinks. I'm actually concerned with science, okay? And that's the angle I'm taking today. So I wrote on Tune's thing, I wrote, Globe Pseudoscience Tuesday. Hey, everybody, LOL. I tried to be nice and to have fun. Like, there's kind of like the joking part. Like, there's kind of like with Sean Hawkins. I'll joke with Sean Hawkins and he'll joke with me probably about, yeah, you're way wrong. Yeah, I know you're wrong, and that's fine. We can do that. But when it comes down to the actual conversation, let's be honest, okay? Look at your screen. Tell me what's moving on your screen. Tell me if that's the view that you have while you live on the earth. Yes, and yes. This is simple. Sean Hawkins says, it will show you that stars rotating in the same circle and can't track it. It will prove that the stars you can't prove anything about the stars by putting some tape on the ceiling in your bedroom. Okay, Sean? How about if you do an actual observation and point your camera up at the sky where the stars are, if you want to learn something about the stars, okay? If you want to learn about the ground and if it's rotating or if it's a sphere, you should probably not be looking up at the sky to determine that. You should probably be looking up down at the ground. That's what science would do. Science doesn't look the other way from the answer that we're trying to learn. It doesn't run from it. That's what the globe, what did I say? The Globelife. That's what you got to do if you're living the Globelife. You got to run away from observations. You have to believe the opposite of the observations you make. And we're going to, when I go in these chats at Tunes, you guys will see this. I get the chat just triggered or something. Let me see if I can. Oh, I gotta hit the. Okay, so I said hi to everyone, and then right away, someone says, "I saw you over at Austin Witzett's. I saw you lapping up Witzett's drivel over there." Well, I happen to know that Austin Witzett speaks the truth, so I don't know if you guys can see the. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm going to zoom in for you so you can actually see these better. PhD Tony, we had a good conversation the other day. It got cut a little bit short, but PhD Tony seems to be probably the most level-headed one of all these people, of all these Globelife people. And I wish some of them would come to my channel right now, because I actually even asked them, I said, if I go live, will you guys come over to the channel so I can explain to you the things that you're not understanding about what a flat earther is believing? Because there's all these straw men that are just like not any, kind of like what Sean Hawkins wants this test done. The test is designed to distinguish between which is moving, the earth or the sky. Sean, no, it's not. You can't go into your garage, put a piece of tape on the ceiling, take an equatorial mount in your garage, and prove anything about the sky or the earth, okay? A test would be, it would determine something, okay? It would determine whether something was right or wrong. Okay, here we go. So let me get this zoomed in good so you guys can see it. Okay, so we're going to go through this a little bit, and you guys, I love everyone that I talk to. It's not like I'm against anyone, but I'm going to be harsh in this live stream to these comments, and I'm going to say, wake up. You're believing a lie and you're taking pride in it. That's what you're doing, Sean Hawkins. Sean Hawkins says, I'm terrified of the truth. No, I'm not. I'm actually trying to share the truth. Let's do this. Whoops, I just lost my screen I need. Okay. So we're just going to go down through these a little bit. So I wrote to that other guy, Witzett is a legend. Can I say that here? LOL. Steve Wilson says, a legend of Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, sure. So now I have to, it'll take me a second to get used to trying to get these comments where we want to be. Okay, there we were. So what have I gotta remember to say what I'm saying here too. Okay. Oh, so I quoted Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. This is what Craig says. He said it more than once during our stream that we did last Monday, like a week ago Monday. When you follow science, the observation doesn't match reality. And then he also said, the observation doesn't mean anything. So, and you'll see that this is what they believe. They don't believe in observation. They have to deny and reject the only observation that allows us to determine something, and they have to go into. You'll see this during these comments. You'll see, oh, but what if we were in fairy tale land and I had a pixie stick, and like they go into all these merry-go-round and a train. What about a moving train? And all of a sudden, hey, stick to the subject, guys. We're talking about the earth, the ground beneath your feet, or the sky above your head. That's the topic. okay? We're not talking about a moving train, and I'll explain some of this in a minute. But so, Wizard of Oz says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." So, in other words, he's saying that I'm lying about what Craig said, because I quoted Craig. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to pull up a video, or if I can, I'll see if it's the right format, if I can even find it. Ooh, where is it? Give me a minute, excuse me. I think it's here. I don't know if this will play. Yes, this should play. Don't expect like quality or anything. I think this might have been just part of my work that I'm working on. Hey Ryan Popejoy, you got to have your name in blue. Good to see you, and thank you for studying this morning. I love that you guys do that. It's always like one of my favorite things that while I'm working or whatever I'm doing, I just like to have you guys saying things like that. Teaching, that's what that is. It's teaching or studying. Nathan Thompson's duck suit is not blocked. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so let's show you Craig saying, oops.
The observation doesn't match reality. It means nothing if it's just an observation. We have science. You can't just go...
Okay, let me start that over because I had the sound muted. Sorry.
When you follow science, the observation doesn't match reality.
So, when we go back to the desktop and Wizard of Oz is accusing me of... I think that's what that was. Let me get that on the page for you. Okay, where is it? Oh, I really got to do some fixing here. There it is. So yeah, Wizard of Oz. I think I sent him a link eventually. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get it a little bit more arranged. Okay, so and then I said, apparently the first step in science, quote unquote, is to totally ignore the observations we make. And again, I'm going to go back here and point out that they must ignore this observation in order to believe the lie that they're believing. So this observation goes completely against the lie that they're believing, and this is actually an image that was taken over 150 minutes of time, and throughout and at the beginning of that 150 minutes, the stars were in one location, and then at the end of that 150 minutes, the stars were in a different location. Do you know what this means? This means that the stars moved. There's no way to argue with that. This is unless you want to tell me that you don't live here, you don't live on Earth. Well, then maybe if you didn't live on Earth, then I could understand you being a little confused about what you're seeing in the sky, like you are confused. But it's obvious that during those 150 minutes that the stars are moving, we could actually figure out exactly how far they're moving if we wanted to. In degrees, around a circle. So if the circle is 360 degrees, Nathan Thompson's duck suit, I don't recall. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I remember. Sorry. Let's see. Sean Hawkins says, we test our observations. You are terrified to test them. Okay, so when you see on the screen right there, this is a test. This is a test that determines whether the sky is turning or not. Tell me, what do you gather from this test here of the sky? This picture of the sky or this video of the sky that's on my computer, on your screen. What do you conclude from that? Do you conclude that those trees are in motion, or that the sky, those stars are in motion? Because it's quite obvious. And I'm sorry, but I have to give you an F for the class here today if you say that the trees there are moving. Because you know what? They're not. Okay, back to the comments. These are funny. Okay. Deadly Dave says, nope, that is incorrect. And he was replying to me saying, apparently in science, you have to totally ignore the observations we all make. So that was Deadly Dave. Deadly Dave seems like a nice guy. Like, I don't have anything against these people, but some of them are pretty rude and really ignorant. Sean Hawkins being one that's really rude. Just so you know, Sean, I'm pretty lenient on my comments and on the trolling that I allow on my channel and in my chats. And especially towards you for some reason, Sean. I couldn't tell you why. There's something about Sean Hawkins that's genuine in a certain way that I can't put my finger on it. But that's the only reason why your comments don't get hidden or whatever at this time. Because you're thank you. Sean Hawkins says, I see those stars move, and then I test whether they are or I am. Sean, why would you think you're moving? Let's go back to this is, what you're doing is you're not doing science. You're saying, I feel like it's me that's moving, so I want it to be that way. So I have to test it, and if I can get some equipment that is man-made that I think determines something, then I can back up my false claim that I'm starting to try to believe. You need to actually make an observation, bud. Look. Whoops, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do something different here. What's on your screen? What's moving on your screen? Let's do this. That's a good test, Ryan. We don't even need to test that. Let God be true and every man a liar. If you guys in the chat, how many people are here? 22 people are here. Woohoo! Anybody that can get at their keyboard, tell me whether we are all observing on my screen and your screen, what we're watching right now. Are we observing the stars move on the screen? Yes or no? I'll put my answer in. I want to see how many yeses we get, and I want to see how many no's we get. Are we observing the stars rotating on the screen? Yes, Michael J. Spencer. Very relevant Bible verse. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. That's what this is all about. Okay, so still waiting on some yeses and nos. Rebecca Rogers says yes. G.R. Cleve says yes. Deb Wood says yes. Karen Ann Preston says yes. Sean Hawkins won't answer because he's in love with being in error. Sean, it's a simple thing. Are you observing on your screen right now the stars rotating in the sky? And I can tell you that I took the image with my camera and I didn't move the camera. Okay. Michael Kahn says yes. No pearls before swine says yes. Perfect clock. That is true. Jay Law says yes. Yazwil Soaring says yes. Iron Effie says yes. Carrie Espinoza says definitely. No pearls before swine. Okay. Larryology, what's up? Says yes. Sean, why don't you answer? Still waiting for your answer, Sean. Still waiting. So far we're at 100% yes and 0% no. There's another, whoops. We got Ryan Popejoy says yes. Tony, welcome, Tony. Good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. Tony's Coffee House. Stars moving. Thank you. That's a yes. Nathan Thompson's duck suit gives us the topic answer that I wanted to get. It says, it looks like the stars are moving. Okay. So you observe Nathan Thompson's duck suit. I don't like your channel name, by the way. The question I would ask you is, so you're saying it appears, the stars appear to be moving in the image. Can you give me that much? Can you say yes on that? Do the stars appear to be moving in the image on your screen? Come on, give me a yes. You know that they appear to be moving. Yes, we get Starlink in those time lapses too, and guess what? Starlink moves in those images. Okay, Sean says, Sean Hawkins, there is movement, but you don't know which is moving, you or the star. No, Sean, you're making that up, and that's just dumb. I'm going to just say that's just stupid. What you're doing, let me try to think of an example. I gave you an ice cream cone, and we're sitting there. We each have an ice cream cone. We're eating the ice cream cone. And if I said, wow, this ice cream is cold, and Sean might have to point out that, no, actually it's not. It's not cold. It only feels cold when you touch your tongue to it and your lips to it. It only feels cold, but it's actually, in comparison to whatever is cold, what dry ice, it's warm. Okay, but I was just asking a simple question, wasn't I? Is the ice cream cold? Yeah. Me too, Sean. I like ice cream a lot. So Karen Ann Preston asks an interesting question. I want to talk about that. She says, Sean, do you love Jesus the Christ? And I'm going to tell you guys something that I think a lot of you already understand this, but a lot of you probably disagree and strongly disagree with what I'm going to say right now. If you're blind and you avoid the truth at any cost, like Sean and Nathan Thompson's duck suit are doing, why? Well, hold on a minute. Let me go back. Okay. Why do you think it is that we see so differently? Why is it that I went for 37 years of my life? 37? Yeah, about 37. Man, it's been 7 years. It's been 7 years since I started seeing this. Okay? 7 years ago. I'm 44 right now. 7 years ago, I started to notice things about the world that I had never noticed my entire life. I started to notice things that I was greatly mistaken about. How did that happen? Because I can tell you, and there's a lot of people in this chat that had the same thing happen to them, and they will tell you the same thing that I'm going to tell you right now. Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I couldn't do that. How could I see through these lies on my own? I went 37 years without even having a clue about it. Someone showed me. And you know what? There's stories in the Bible about Jesus. Nathan Thompson's duck suit, right now I'm proving that Jesus exists. Okay? And I can't prove it to you. Only he can prove that to you. But I have already proved it to myself. And that's what I'm trying to explain. So I started seeing things differently. And I realized after a while that these aren't my things. I'm not coming up with these things. These things are actually things that no one's ever really thought about. No one's ever really talked about. No one's ever really investigated, questioned. And then all of a sudden, what's going on in the world? There's been a worldwide debate for 7 years or 6 years or whatever on the shape of the world and the nature of the sky and the nature of the earth. Why would that be happening? Well, Jesus already foretold that happening, just so you know. And Sean Hawkins, this will prove, if you guys go back, I did a live stream just a couple days ago. Let me see if I can find, or actually I can't. I did a live stream a couple days ago. One book in the Bible, Isaiah. Okay, Isaiah was written before Jesus came, before he was in the world, I mean. And Isaiah talked all about him, told of all the things he would do. And then not only that, Isaiah told of all the things that he would do at the end of the world. So Isaiah was saying all of these predictions of what would happen, and it all has happened. And one of the things Isaiah said that when Jesus created the world with his mouth, when he spoke the words and he declared this creation, he said, I've declared the former things, like the beginning. I have declared the former things from the beginning, and they went forth out of my mouth. I did them suddenly, and they came to pass, or whatever. I don't know. That's not an exact quote, but that's what it says in Isaiah 48, verse 3. And it says in Isaiah 43, verses 6 through 10, the question is asked, who among the people on earth that are scattered about, who among them can declare and those former things? This is going to happen at the end. So in the beginning, God created the earth in 6 days with his mouth. He said, let there be light, and there was light. Okay? It was the act of speaking it that created it. And now, and you guys can see this, Sean, you can see this, and Nathan Thompson's duck suit, you can see this. You can see that happening again right now, today, in this conversation, and on Toon's chat, and all over the place. You can see the 6-day creation being declared by people. I'm not saying that we're creating the earth or something like Jesus did. I'm saying that we are witnesses to his creation. We have witnessed it. He has shown it to us, and this is why this is why a lot of the people that believe in the globe think the flat earthers are crazy, because we've been shown something that trumps what we would call science in this world. It puts it to shame. The knowledge of God. Our knowledge is laughable after you realize what the flat earthers have realized. So, back to the sky. Thank you for all the answers, the yes answers. I didn't see any no answers there, by the way. So that was 100% yes. And we had 2 out of however many people that just refused, I think, kind of to answer. I have to go scroll up through the chat so I can check, because I kind of lost the... Okay. Nathan Thompson's duck suit says, sorry, wrong flat earther. It was flatzoid I had a run-in with. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who flatzoid is. Okay. And let's see here. Sean says, because the earth has been measured as spherical and moving. No, is it? No, it hasn't. This is known science. Also, no, that's a belief you have, Sean. Don't get it twisted. That's not science. You have a belief. You have faith in what your teachers taught you in school. You don't make an observation of the earth moving. That's a lie. You don't make an observation of the sky not moving. We only make an observation of the sky rotating, and we only make an observation of the earth not rotating, being still. I don't know why you would make anything up like that. And we got Nathan. I'm just checking these comments. Okay, effed up world. What makes you think we are not moving? Nathan Thompson's duck suit. Take 5 seconds right now, and you'll understand the answer to that question. Look at the floor. There you go. It's like that your whole life. Notice how it's not moving. Notice how you count on it to be not moving. Notice how the gyroscope, the ring laser gyroscope. Tell me this. Is it possible to measure the rotation of this realm from this realm with a machine that men made that probably is really measuring something else? And there's no direct relationship between the measurements that come out of that little device and reality. And like I said, if you were going to measure something moving, wouldn't you have to be on something still? Wouldn't you have to be relative to something that's not moving? So you're going to say the Earth's rotating because I measured it from the Earth and it was still, so it must be rotating. It doesn't make any sense. It's like redundant. It's like double negative. Okay, so we are going to look at some comments now. Sorry about, we had this on here forever, and I get into the chat, and I actually wasn't planning on doing that very much because we got our own chat on Tunes here that we're going to look at. And I'll tell you what, some of these people have lost it. Okay. So we got PhD Tony. No, please listen. Saif says, the observation you talk about has several probable causes. You just ignore the other causes, but the one you like. No, I ignore the other causes because they're all BS. When I stand on the earth and look around and notice that it never moves, that's the one I'm sticking with because that's the one that's obvious. Everyone observes it. No one would argue with that. Like you'll see in some of these comments, people are like, "Oh, no, the stars aren't. It just looks that way because the Earth's moving or rotating." And like, I thought you guys were interested in science. I really did. You have to test it. Yeah, I have. And I really thought you guys would be interested in the actual reality that we live in, but you're not. Let's see. Wizard of Oz says, I thought you were a good person. I just lost all respect for you after you cherry-picked that FTFE quote. No, that was a debate I was in with FTFE, and he said it several times. It wasn't cherry-picked. He said, what did he say? Well, it was in the stream earlier. I don't remember exactly what it was. Okay. So PhD Tony says, if you make an observation that is consistent with both a flat and spherical Earth, that observation is not useful in distinguishing between the two cases. Well, that's definitely a true statement. So I'm not even going to disagree with PhD Tony there. But the spherical Earth has to be rotating, or it's that's part of the cosmology. If it's not rotating, then how does the spherical Earth get day and night? It has to be rotating, okay? So that's why the rotating and not rotating part is just as much of a part of the argument or the part of the debate as the shape of the Earth, the shape of the ground. So I can't argue with Tony on that, but I will say that I make an observation of the ground not moving, and I make an observation of the sky moving. Simple, right? Okay, let's go. Keep going here. Stephen Cook. Just because you can't sense the motion doesn't mean it's not there. So you're invoking a fake motion that you're making up and saying, well, that's like the boogeyman. Just because you can't see him doesn't mean he's not there. Right? There could be a burglar in your house right now. Just because you just don't see him doesn't mean he's not there. You're invoking something from nothing. You're saying, oh, it must be spinning. This is like brainwashed into your mind that it's spinning. So you must argue that it's spinning, right? Because otherwise it would mean you were wrong about something. Well, guess what? It's a fortunate thing, and it is a blessing. It is a almost a gift to be wrong, guys. Try to be wrong, or try to consider that you could be wrong about something, and do it with honesty and consider what you're wrong about and investigate it and see, well, maybe I was wrong. And if you realize you're wrong, do you know how rewarding that ends up being? Because you're actually being wrong. You're being shown that you were wrong about a lie. You were believing a lie, so that when you see that you were wrong, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Okay, so just because you can't sense the motion. So Stephen Cook admits that we don't sense any motion. Thank you, Stephen Cook. Great. Good job. All right, so let's skip forward a little bit further here. Bear with me, sorry. Okay. So we got some really rude ones here too. All right, so we got Professor Phil Bell says, satellites rely on the spin of Earth. Sure they do, buddy. I said, how? Do you mean how they fly? Because I really don't know what he's talking about. Satellites, we don't control anything about the shape of the Earth or orbits with the satellite. The satellite's just trying to navigate itself. We launched it in a certain direction on a rocket on a certain trajectory, and there it is. And it might try to correct that path with little thrusters. That's it. That's it. Doesn't need a curved Earth, doesn't need a spherical Earth, doesn't need anything like that. Everything up in the sky that's up above the air, guess what? It doesn't experience physics. It just doesn't. the astronauts are in a state of free fall. That's not what we experience on the Earth. Well, it's different up there. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Completely different up there. No physics. Jupiter has moons. They go around Jupiter. Yep, that doesn't say anything about physics. Doesn't say anything about gravity. That's not directly related to any of these false claims that are being made by the Globelife people. Okay. So here we go. Here we go with the sideshow stories. Ready? Stephen Cook says, well, oops, I thought you were on my screen. I went too high. Okay. I'm going to zoom out a little bit on here. Sorry, guys. I was probably a little bit ridiculous there. Okay. Stephen Cook says, do you feel those microscopic bugs on your skin? Do you notice the electricity running in wires? Your senses are flawed. You know what? I'm going to make a point about our senses being flawed right now. Okay, which I did in this live stream, and these people are just so biased that they don't even read what I wrote. So I wrote, when I'm driving in a car to know how fast I'm going, the speedometer is much more accurate than just my body. But can I tell you exactly, specifically how many miles per hour I'm going, or can the speedometer do that? Obviously, the speedometer is much more accurate for miles per hour than the human body is at just estimating it. Another example is, I don't remember what other example I used. If you look through a telescope, you'll be able to see, or a microscope, you'll be able to see things that you can't see without a microscope. This is not a tough thing, okay? But again, I'll just go back to the debate topic. I don't need to talk about bugs on my skin or electricity running in wires or my senses being flawed to tell you that the room you're in right now ain't moving. And look around in it. Look at the floor right now. Everyone listening, look at the floor right now and you tell me why you think that is rotating. There's actually no reason for you to think it's rotating. So you do observe something, and you're going to trade that for something that might be that you don't observe. So let me clarify that. When we look at this, I'll get it up on the screen again. When we look at this, if it's the right one, I think I might have the wrong one. Yeah, I got the wrong one. Sorry, guys. Okay, when we look at this, it's simple. Okay, it's simple to see that the stars are appearing. I'll even use the lingo for the Globelife. The stars appear to be turning around a center point, don't they? Now, if anyone wants to argue with that, get out. Leave the stream. You don't belong here. Because that's something that nobody would argue with. The stars appear to be turning on the screen right now. Okay? Don't argue with that. I don't need a microscope. I don't need a telescope. I don't need anything to know that you observe the same thing that I do. You see on your screen right now, you see the stars going counterclockwise around a center point, don't you? So now that's all that is. That doesn't prove anything. All that is a simple observation. It's a simple statement of truth that I just made. Okay? Very simple. Seif says, do you sense bacteria? Whoops, I got to get this off screen so you guys can see. No, guess they don't exist now. Why would you see? Seif always brings up this bacteria. First of all, we're not talking about bacteria. We're not talking about microscopes. We're not talking about anything like that. And also, you're jumping to the conclusion that I must think that they don't exist now? No. That's just all stupid stuff. Of course, bacteria exists. Of course, we can see it with a microscope. What's the point? There is no point. Now, PhD Tony usually has a good point. Okay, there's a level of sensitivity to your perceptions. that does not pick up on very small accelerations and forces. Totally true, Tony. Thank you. I agree. And then he says, you do not feel radiation pressure. That does not mean radiation pressure does not exist. I agree. 100%. But I do observe the rotating sky, don't I? And don't you, right? Okay, so let's keep that in mind. We do make an observation, and it's a simple one, but it's an observation. And if you want, that's why I said, apparently in science, you have to ignore the observation, and then you can start your science. And, okay, so we got Binge Thinker says, we see that you are lying for Jeebus. It makes you look. That guy's a bright one. Stephen Cook says, prove it. Prove what? What did Stephen Cook say? Okay. We'll just not acknowledge Stephen Cook anymore, I think, on this. Okay. Seif says, I don't sense bacteria. Guess they don't exist now. Well, that's all, like, weird to say. You're saying that because you don't see bacteria or sense it, that it doesn't exist? That's stupid, Seif. That's just stupid. Sorry. Stupid. Okay, here we go. Here's another one, guys. This is the kind that I'm talking about. Reticulated Spline says, do you feel a car in constant motion is still? Guess what? A car in constant motion is a car in constant motion. Doesn't matter what you feel, because we're talking about the sky or the earth, not a car in motion. So what they're doing is they're going to say, I got to ignore the observation and think of it in a way where it could be the opposite, couldn't it? Yeah, it could. Couldn't be. You could just be seeing that with your eyes, experiencing that in your reality for your whole life, but it might not be what's actually the case. You guys see how dumb that is? Like, to ignore all your senses? And then these guys want to argue this. Oh yeah, but your senses are so flawed. Okay, we gotta re-up the time here. Okay, so we have, let's see, what do we got? Professor Phil Bell says, geostationary satellites remain in one place relative to Earth's satellite's orbit, hence proof the Earth's... Oh my word. So because, let's just for the flat earthers that think there's only satelloons, let's just entertain their way of thinking here because it applies. Professor Phil Bell, you're saying that because a satellite sits in one spot in the sky, or you can send a signal to something at one spot in the sky, or we can actually visually see them, right? We can visually see these geostationary satellites with cameras. And you can see the stars moving past because, again, the stars are rotating, but the geostationary satellites are not moving. So that'd be pretty tough to have a balloon, wouldn't it? A balloon in one spot just sitting there. That'd be really hard, wouldn't it? But even if they're in a geostationary orbit from the ground here, they ain't moving. And it actually proves that the stars are moving. And I can maybe we'll look up a video of this. Let me do this. I just want to show you guys what I'm talking about. And I will, oops, we'll just have to, this might take a second, but I think it's probably, oh wow. Yeah, we'll just hold off for a minute. So geostationary satellites, they appear to be in the same spot all the time. Okay. Seif's talking about bacteria again. I don't know why. I honestly think that some of these people in the chat at these Globelife channels are young children. And I'm not kidding. And I'm not saying that to rip on anybody. I'm saying that I think that they're like 15-year-old kids that don't understand anything about what they're talking about. And they do understand that it's fun to gang up on flat earthers and try to make fun of. And there's these arguments that get brought up that that the person bringing up the argument doesn't even understand what the argument is. but they're going to try to use it and call a flat earther stupid because of it. We'll address some of those in a minute. Okay, so we got, let's see. Okay, Steve Wilson says, right here, I sense that you speak nonsense. Okay. Because, see, that's the kind of stuff, like, that's like a 15-year-old kid saying that. I sense that you speak nonsense. Oh, that's just totally great information to put in the chat. Saif again with the bacteria. I don't get it, Saif. You need a... I've talked to Saif before. On... Where was that? I don't remember. It was maybe on MC Toon's channel. Or it was on Craig's channel. I can't remember. But I've talked to Saif before. He's like got a German accent. All right, Stephen Cook says, there has been many people who have proven that we are not sitting still. Your personal experience is not evidence for anything. Your personal experience isn't evidence for anything, but those people you're talking about, it's their experience proves your reality? That's just dumb. Don't be dumb. I don't understand these people. If you could be in love with a lie, these people are like sending flowers. I don't get it. Okay, so I wrote, a car in constant motion is in constant motion. Has nothing to do with the observation we make of a stationary and non-moving ground beneath our feet. Does it? Anybody here think it does? I'm checking out some of the comments here. Terrace Peculiar says, arguing is a waste of time. We shouldn't argue with anyone. Not the Torah, his name, etc. I can agree with that. And there's a reason why when you say his name, that's one that people shouldn't be talking about. In Revelation 19, the revelation of Jesus Christ, it says that no man, nobody here on earth, knew his name but he himself. And not only that, in the ascension of Isaiah, Isaiah's told that nobody can even hear his name until they're not dwelling in the human flesh anymore, until they're in heavenly garments. You have to have a white robe on. You have to have a different body, one like the Son of God has. That's the only way that you can hear his name. That's what it says in the Ascension of Isaiah. I don't remember, chapter 7, I think. So yeah, nobody knows his name but he himself. So that's why a lot of times you'll hear me say the Son of God, or I call him Jesus because I know it actually in the Ascension of Isaiah, which was written by Isaiah, son of Amos, before Jesus was even on the earth. And the angel told Isaiah that in the world, his name will be called Lord Jesus Christ. That's what he said. So, and guess what? The angel was right. But if you were alive and you knew Jesus as like a neighbor or something when he was here, you would have probably called him Yahusha, because you would have been speaking Hebrew, right? I think. Or would that be, I don't even know. Anyway, so back to this here. What does that mean? You're not making sense. Saif with the bacteria again. Calculate the acceleration we'd feel from changes in Earth's direction. It would be 0, because Earth doesn't have a direction. It's not moving. That was easy to calculate, wasn't it? Peck says, you can't just post a flef vid every time people ask you a question. What does that mean? Reticulated spline says, you can't feel it though. Just like you wouldn't feel the spin of Earth. Exactly. That's why it's not spinning, because we don't have any idea that it's spinning. Right? Because look at the ground again, everybody that's in this stream. Look at the ground. I kind of want to get another yes/no answer from the chat. If you're by your keyboard, maybe you can answer this question in the chat. I hope you do. I'm going to try to word it just right. Do you feel acceleration? Or no, I got to reword that. Sorry, hold on. How do I even word it? I have to word it just right, too, because that's how childish some of this is. If you say, like, a word just wrong a little bit, they're like, oh! They'll jump on that because that's all they've got. That's all they've got. Like, I'm standing out digging with a shovel, digging dirt. And I was with my dad. He was digging dirt. We were just digging some dirt. And I'm like, looked at the ground and I'm like, can't pass up this opportunity. And I said, Dad, why do people think this is rotating? I'm holding dirt in my shovel. Like, why do people think this is rotating? He goes, everything's moving. Everything's moving. I said, no, it's not. Look at it. It's not moving until you pick it up with the shovel and move it. That's real, okay? Picking the dirt up with a shovel and moving it, that's real movement. But having an idea that it might move is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. A lot of people, when I ask them, what sign do you get that the Earth is rotating? What do they say? Well, the sun goes over it does in the sun. So they've been brainwashed to think that the sun going up in the east and setting in the west, that means that the ground is moving? I'm sorry, but that's just a falsehood. There's nothing else. There's no other way to call it. There's no truth in that statement. Nathan Thompson's duck suit. What were you asking? I didn't see what you were asking, and it's probably rude, and you're probably saying it in a rude way. But apparently, you're asking why it's rude. Can you put in the chat what you were asking? Try to do it in a not rude way, and you probably won't get timed out. Okay, back to... Sorry, this is just starting. Do you guys see how many of these people in this chat on your screen here? I couldn't even keep up with reading them all, and I was trying to reply to them too. The whole chat just gets triggered when you start bringing truth in there. It's like throwing a firecracker into a bee's nest. They're just like, what did you say? Okay, so Wizard of Oz says, all Afterworld has is lies and denial. Isn't that weird how I'm actually pointing out that that's what I'm not having? That's what you guys are doing? You believe in a lie? You're believing an idea that you don't have any reason to believe? Oh, here's with Scythe with the bacteria again. Scythe, get a life. Okay, Stephen Cook says, stop claiming the earth ground is not moving without providing evidence. Here's the evidence. Once again, I don't need to provide it, Stephen Cook. You're sitting or standing or laying or walking or driving on my evidence. 24/7. My evidence is staring you in the face. Yes, the earth is not moving. The ground is not moving. You can't falsify that. Okay? That would be what science would be interested in. I want somebody to falsify the statement, the fact that the earth isn't moving. Nobody observes it moving. Not one person. So why would we conclude that it's moving? Well, because we want to believe in a lie. And these people in this chat want to fight for that lie They'll fight the truth for their lie. That's what's happening. Okay, so then Seif, I'm sure it's talking about bacteria. He's looking for a simple yes or no answer, I guess. Sorry, Seif, I'm not interested in your bacteria. You're ridiculous to say that it doesn't exist because you can't see it. That's what it is. You're ridiculous. You're like a conspiracy theorist on crack, Seif. If something smaller than your eyes can resolve, that means it doesn't exist. Are you crazy? And I know that's what he's trying to say, but I'm throwing it back on him because he's asking me if bacteria exists because we can't see it. Of course. There are many observations, but oops, I'm sorry, guys. I got carried away here. Okay, there are many observations, but you will reject them because of your bias, and you can't accept that you may be wrong. No, Stephen Cook, guess what? Let me correct that statement. I am stating that I was wrong. I've already learned that I was wrong. And I've admitted that I was wrong. And I've also noticed many other people that have also seen that they were wrong and admitted that they were wrong. And that's why we're flat earthers. Because we don't want to be wrong anymore. Nathan Thompson's duck suit, I can give you proof of Jesus right now. What causes your heart to beat without stopping? When you look at your hand once, wiggle your pinky finger, wiggle your little finger. How did that happen? Matter is in the world, and there's never been a time when a human being has been able to create it from nothing or make it disappear even. What is matter? Who made matter? Why is it here? What's a rock? Who made that? Where did it come from? Why is it that you can think something in your mind without saying it out loud, and then you can choose to say it or not? That's just like a few proofs of Jesus. Okay, I asked a couple of people here the next time they're talking to Jesus to get a selfie with him. And that's why, unfortunately, Nathan Thompson's duck suit, you won't be here on this channel anymore. Because what you're doing is you think that you, what's this button? Hide user on this channel. Sorry, bud. I don't really care to hear that stuff. If you actually think that someone's going to go, or that someone's going to take you seriously when you make a comment like that you want to see a selfie with Jesus next time someone talks to him, do you understand why you're not going to be heard on this channel ever again? There you go. At least Sean Hawkins has a little bit of respect for God, a little bit. I mean, I'm not trying to say his stance. I'm just saying when I talk about Jesus or my belief, I don't think the most Sean Hawkins says is that I'm deluded about it, or that I'm in the wrong, or that I'm deceiving people, and that's fine. But you don't understand that saying those kinds of things is uninvited on my channel. So, and you know what? I can say whatever I want on my channel. Well, can't say some things, but when it comes to the shape of the earth and whether it's moving or not, it's quite easy to understand that it's not moving. Let's go back to these comments. Or I got to move ahead again. I'm going too slow through these comments, so I want to, because it even gets crazier towards the end here, and we're still like an hour from the end. Okay, let's see here. I went too far. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's destroy the, there's a few things that people will come at me and say, oh, this happens, so bye-bye, flat earth. Okay, let's talk about that. This comment, N-A-N-A. Whoops, you can't see it on your screen. I'm working on that. Okay, where is it? N-A-N-A, whatever that is. North and south rotation destroy, whatever that means. Flatardian. North and south rotation. Oh, you must be talking about the sky. The celestial rotation? Yeah, that's a flat earth thing, guys. That's not a globe thing. That's a flat earth thing. The sky rotates over the flat earth. So, north and south rotation? No, that's just part of the rotation of the sky in motion. Do you guys know what it means to be in motion? Apparently, the Globelife, you can't comprehend that word. Motion. Okay, let's see here. So PhD Tony says, movement of superfluids in a toroid, rotation of magnetically supported spheres, Foucault's pendulum, mechanical and laser gyroscopes, very precise length of day measurements. Well, Tony, you've got all these things written there that not one of them directly gives you any answer into the ground, whether it's rotating. None of them. Magnetically supported spheres has nothing to do with the ground moving or not. Foucault's pendulum is a pure assumption. Mechanical and laser gyroscopes tell us a lot of different things. And in order to use them, you have to be on something that's moving. Will you get okay, let's put it this way. Will you get a measurement from your gyroscope on an airplane if the airplane isn't moving? No, you get 15 degrees per hour drift, right? So then you're going to conclude, oh, that's because the Earth's moving. No, it's because your instrument is set up to be on something moving in order to even be used. It's kind of ridiculous that I even have to say these things. Okay, let's see. Very precise length of day measurements. Okay, so because the sun goes up and down and it takes a certain amount of time, that proves something about the Earth moving? Or this... sorry, Tony. Charlie says, I work with people that do very high-resolution spectrography of distant stars. They need to account for Earth's rotation to get consistent answers. Of course, in this heliocentric garbage model, of course. You got to make things work, right? Okay, Stephen Cook says, the sky does not rotate. Oh, I forgot we're gonna eliminate Stephen Cook's comments because this will tell you why right here. It swirls. Okay, the sky doesn't rotate. Let's get that on the screen here and I'll read it to you. Okay, this is what the sky does because this is a picture I took of the sky or a video or whatever, time lapse. Okay, let's look at this. I kind of got it faded halfway in between just so we don't forget about what we're talking about. He says the sky does not rotate. That's what this guy's saying. The sky does not rotate. It swirls because it's made up of gases, but you will not believe that because you can't see them. Stephen Cook is got to be 13 years old. Sorry. That's what I'm thinking. He's still saving up for a telescope. His parents got him a good allowance going, but he hasn't saved up enough yet. So he can't look up there, apparently. Okay. Articulated spine. Let's see here. It says, he can't detect without a device, like infrared or germs, but they're still there. Yeah, like a speedometer can be more accurate than my estimation, can't it? Still has nothing to do with the observation of the Earth being stationary and the sky rotating above the stationary Earth. So simple. So simple. Okay, here we go. Here's Seif again. I'll bet she's going to bring up bacteria. Wow, you really are a dishonest piece of... You admitted to my face that your observation of the sky works when you are on a rotating object. Stop being such a liar. I'm not being a liar. I'm saying that if you imagine... let me get the image up here and I'll explain this. See, the people, the Globelife people, they want to to make this bias where basically anything that a flat earther says is wrong or it's a lie. That's what they want to do. And I'm gonna show this to you after I get this image up. Sorry, guys. Trying to find the right one. I still can't find it. Maybe it's this one. Ah, sorry, guys. I want to get the full screen one on. It should be this one. No? Yes? Finally. Okay. So, on your screen, we can imagine, and I emphasize the word imagine because it's not part of reality. It's something we have to imagine, that the camera that took this image, we could imagine that the camera was on a sphere that was spinning around. Couldn't we? I got no problem with that. Anyone could imagine that. That's what it would look like, right? Point the camera at a star and you're going to see them all going around that star. Why is it only that star then? Why is it only the star that's above the North Pole? And if you're in the south, we're going to talk about rotation of the sky, this two axes of rotation. Because there's two axes of rotation above the flat earth in the sky. And another stupid argument I get all the time is, that proves that it can't be flat. No, you guys are looking up at the sky. Don't get confused. Looking up at the sky will not help you out to understand the ground. You'd actually want to look at the ground and investigate that. And then you can look at the sky after that and see if you can learn something from that. But the ground is what, if you were looking at the ground saying, is the ground stationary or not? Well, you'd have to look at the ground. That's what that would be the scientific method. You'd make an observation. Okay, I observe the solid, still state of the ground on the earth. And you could make a hypothesis, or you could do whatever you want from there, but it's still not going to change the fact that everybody on earth experiences a completely still ground all the time, unless there's like an earthquake or a landslide. There's no other exceptions. Everyone that's ever lived on the earth for 24 hours a day for their entire life, they observed and experienced a completely stationary earth. That's something that nobody can argue with. So how is it that we have a world full of people that argue like strongly against the simple truth that we all observe too? So nobody can deny it. But, well, they can deny it and just say, well, but that's not what I believe. That's fine. Believe what you want. Let's keep going. Charlie says they also need to account for the Earth's orbital motion. He's talking about satellites, I think. No, they don't. They don't account for nothing. They're just something that we throw up in the air. Oh, and King Crew asked me, why did I time out Binge Thinker? Because Binge Thinker was making comments similar to the person I just timed out on my stream here, that duck suit or whatever. The creator of all things is not the punchline to any joke. You can do that if you want, but not a good idea. That's why I timed out Binge Thinker. Saif says, you can't stop lying, can you? Sorry, Saif, you're misunderstood about what a lie is. Let's see here. All right, I forgot we were going to ignore Stephen Cook, but he says, I'm not sure what the full context of what FTFE said. However, it's not relevant here. Oh, I'm just reminding you what you guys believe. You guys believe that observation doesn't ever match reality in science. And same thing with PhD Tony. That statement does not make sense in isolation. Because I think I actually asked Tony if he agreed with that statement. Did I? Oh yeah, I asked him if he agreed with that. When you follow science, the observation doesn't match reality. That was part of our debate. FTFE, he said that way more than one time. So actually, I'll probably play a couple videos when I'm done here. But so let's do this. I got to go a little further. So I want to talk about the celestial axis of rotation, 2 of them. Okay, Saif with the bacteria again. Are you guys like? I think that some of these people are. It's sad because, and this is where people like MC Toon should be very careful. And I think myself, this is just what I think in the back of my mind. I think MC Toon does not like the idea of some of the things that we're talking about. But MC Toon, I know that he knows Jesus. And that's going to end up changing something, I think. That's just what I think. I might be wrong. But I just know that there's only one way that our infirmities are healed. The things that are wrong with our understanding, the things that we see wrong with our eyes, that's only healed one way. And that's Jesus. And anybody that calls on him for the truth will experience a miracle with their vision, with what they can comprehend. So that's why you see the numbers of flat earthers growing. Never goes down, it always goes up, which means that the globe believers side always goes down and never goes up. Because truth is popular when people hear it. But there's people like, so MC Toon, this is, hopefully me and MC Toon are going to get lunch or something soon, and I'm sure we'll shoot a little video or something and say hi. But there's some things in the scriptures that I think MC Toon is starting to maybe consider in a different way than... I've just noticed a couple different things recently in his debate with Gets It recently on Modern Day Debate. If you guys didn't see that, it's worth watching. Austin took MC Toon to school. And I'm not ripping on MC Toon because he's like a friend of mine. I think he's cool. But I will say that Austin and Kai, Austin's girlfriend maybe, they crushed the globe in that debate. They ruined the globe in that debate. And I think MC Toon was aware of that while it was happening. He was getting very frustrated and even quiet, which is weird for MC Toon in a debate. But that might just be my perception. I could be way wrong. MC Toon might watch this and laugh. What are you talking about? Who knows? All I want to say is that there isn't a day that goes by that a person that's on the side thinking of the Globelife, there isn't a day that goes by that someone doesn't realize, whoa, of course it's flat and stationary. It can't be a globe. And then someone doesn't go back the other way. Someone doesn't go to believing a globe, but they come from believing a globe to believing the truth. And so when I see that, if you're a flat earther, you see this all the time. You see this on Facebook, you see it on YouTube, you see it in the comments, you see it in real life at the store. I go to Menards and I pick up materials, and the guys, the security guys to go into the lumberyard, I'm always talking with them. And I got the sticker on the back of my truck. I'm like, you see that sticker on my back window? And them guys, almost every time, they're like, oh yeah, totally. They're like, they totally agree with that. And it says research flat earth. They're like, yeah, globe's a joke. This is just people in the public in my local Menards. And I just go there. I don't even know these people. I just like, hey, you guys ever heard of flat earth? And for some reason, all those security guys that I've run into, they're like, oh yeah, I looked into that. I believe that. Do you know why that happens? It's because the truth sets you free. Just like Jesus said. He said, you'll know the truth, and it will set you free. So why do you think it doesn't really matter very much when flat earthers take all these insults? You can insult all day long. Look at this chat. Look at my name in this chat. Everybody's trying to come back at me with something. Okay. Barry on wants to bring up x-rays for some reason. You don't believe observations made with instruments? No, I never said that. Obviously, I do. If you have a speedometer in your car, I'm going to believe that over your estimation. Do you see how they have to take what I believe and they have to bring it to an extreme that makes it not what I believe, and then pin that on me? That's called a straw man. So they're trying to say, oh, you believe that observations made with instruments aren't any good, or you don't think that they're any accurate. But I don't think that at all. So they're talking to someone else. Sorry, Barry on. Straw man on your own time. Mute Donkey says, how do you know the camera isn't moving? Because I put the camera there, and I set it on the tripod, and I actually kept an eye on it the whole time. Made sure it wasn't moving. Which is apparent if you look at the video taken. Sorry, I'm getting it up there. You can see that the camera wasn't moving, because if the camera was moving, those trees would not be in the same spot the whole time. The camera wasn't moving. Mute Donkey, wake up. Okay, Keith Newton brings it up. I don't rely on my senses when I drive. I look at the speedometer. Yes, me too. Way more accurate than just estimating. Okay, Seif says, nope, it shows that our human senses are shit, but you rely on them for everything. So according to you, bacteria again. Why is he obsessed with bacteria? I don't get it. Is that like you think that I don't think bacteria is a thing, or what? I don't get it. That's another straw man, a huge straw man. Okay. Mute Donkey says, King KRU, yes, it is me. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was for me. I don't know. That was weird. Okay. Barry on says, do you see your liver? Maybe livers are NASA CGI. Very boring, Barry on. Sorry. This is very boring. Okay, Barry on says, moving trains aren't real. No, moving trains are real, and they're moving. And if you're inside a moving train, even if it feels like you're still moving in a moving train because you already said it was moving. Has nothing to do with the Earth and the stationary observation we all make of it. Wow. Okay. I forgot to give you guys the screen again. Okay. I said moving trains are moving. Seif says, reality says you are wrong. The Earth is a moving sphere. They just can't let that go. Oh, I know it's a moving sphere. You're wrong. You're anti-science. Okay, Extra J says, long exposure star trail shots are exactly how they should appear on a globe. Yeah. If you were on a globe, but that's the only thing, is you have to invoke all these things to be on a globe. You have to pretend that you're spinning. You have to pretend the sky's not, which is both the completely opposite of what you observe. So, again, like I said, apparently in this globe science, you have to abandon your observation. That's the first step in science, in the globe science. Abandon any observation that you make and throw it as far from yourself as you can. And when people bring it up in a simple way in a chat, strawman them and tell them, make it look like they believe something ridiculous if you can. Like by saying, let's see, like saying the Earth is a moving sphere. My mama said, okay. Peck says, in reality, we are moving. You don't feel it. It doesn't mean we are stationary. Do you guys notice that? That's a contradictory statement right there. I'll read it again. In reality, we are moving. You don't feel it. It doesn't mean we are stationary. What this person's trying to say is, if you're in a moving car, or let's put it this way, if you're on a merry-go-round and you're moving at a constant speed, you don't feel it because you need to accelerate or decelerate to feel that motion. Yeah, but guess what? You're starting yourself out on a merry-go-round. I'm just starting myself out in reality. Again, look at the floor. Look at the floor in the room you're in right now. Okay. Barry on. I'm confused. Are moving trains real or not? Moving trains are moving trains. If you want to set up an experiment on a moving train, do whatever you want. But don't bring it into the actual analyzing of reality, because a moving train is not the reality that the earth is. The moving train is actually moving over the earth that's not moving. Otherwise, what would the train be moving? It has to be relative to something, right? So the moving train is relative to the stationary earth. Wake up. Okay, let's look at this. Sean Hawkins shows up in MC Tunes chat with his test. That is not a test. Sorry, Sean. Wizard of Oz says, effed up world doesn't stop at observation. He also goes to cherry picking quotes. Okay. You're right, I don't stop at observation. Treading the boards. Some of your comments tell you trust our senses. Then other comments tell us do not trust your senses. Make your mind up. No, I'm saying to trust your senses. Especially when it's the whole reality that you live in that your senses are. Without eyes and ears and the sense of balance and all of these things, you wouldn't be alive on the earth to know anything. But God gave us all comprehension skills. And we all live in a very similar understanding of reality around us. And what's happening right now is that there's a lot of people fighting for a lie that's been created and fighting against the truth. And I'll tell you what, this has also been foretold. If you want to go read 2nd Ezra chapter 13, go do that. You're going to read it. You're going to see that Ezra saw this happen already. He saw these people fighting against Jesus, and they were destroyed. Maybe I should read that. Let's go read that. Just part of it. I just want to show you that these people are in fear. These people are scared. And yeah, I'm talking to you, MC Toon, and I'm talking to all the people that are arguing against Flat Earth. They are in fear of what's going to happen. They already know what's going to happen, but it's not real to them. Let's do this. Sacred Texts, Apocrypha. Let's look at chapter 13. Okay, this is Ezra had a dream. It came to pass after 7 days, I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed. You know what? This is not the version I should read. This one I think is missing a verse right here between 2 and 3 or something. Let me go to a different source here. Or let's just look at, I guess I shouldn't have write sacred text on there. We'll go to Bible Gateway, I think, because, yeah, here we go. The Common English Bible, this will be a little better. After 7 days, I had a dream during the night. I looked and saw a wind rising from the sea, stirring up all its waves. As I watched, this wind made something like the figure of a man come up out of the heart of the sea. That man was flying among the clouds of heaven. That's Jesus, guys. Wherever he turned his face to look, everything that fell under his gaze trembled. Wherever an utterance came from his mouth, all who heard his voice melted as wax melts when it feels a fire. I know something that if you haven't considered it yet, please do. Jesus said in the book of Revelation, he said that he's standing at the door and knocking, waiting for us to open it. He said, if any man opens the door, I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. If you want to see the truth, ask him. because he's the only way to see it. There is no other way to see it. Going through your science book or your university, you're never going to see the truth. You have to see it through, you have to have your eyes healed. You need your infirmities to be healed, and you need your sickness and your blindness to be changed. You can't do that yourself. And then people will probably say, well, but there's a lot of flat earthers that don't believe in Jesus. I don't know. Maybe they don't believe the words Jesus, or they don't believe, or the name Jesus, or whatever. But I'll tell you what, there's one thing that every flat earther has in common. We know that God made us and that he's right up in the sky. I don't think there's a flat earther that would argue with that. Every flat earther knows that God is real and that God created them. And I can say this because it actually says that in the scriptures. Isaiah wrote about that. He said that they may know, or that you may know that I am he. There is no other God. Like, we'll look at that later. Okay, so Ezra, I kept watching these things, and an innumerable multitude of people came together from the four winds of heaven to fight against the man who had come up from the sea. Well, we all know that that Jesus is going to be flying with the clouds of heaven. And guess what he's going to be doing? He's going to be uttering his voice. And those who hear his voice, they're going to follow him wherever he goes. It's almost as if they work for his company. Jude said he comes with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment. What if that's what this is? What if he shows his saints truth, and then they bear witness to it? Because that's what Jesus said would happen. He said, you'll bear witness to the truth. And he said, and ye shall also bear witness, because you've been with me from the beginning. Why is it, do you think, that some of us can see a different world that nobody knew about, including us? We didn't know about it. And then suddenly we woke up to it. It's because this is a long story, and this information doesn't come from a century ago or 2 centuries ago. It doesn't come from any of us either. It comes from him, from the foundation of the world. When he declared these things at the very beginning, this was all planned. That he was going to do it again at the end, and that the world would hate those people that he had doing it. And they would kill them. But actually, it wouldn't be like their lives that were taken, being killed. Because those people, they actually, in the story, they never saw death. They overcame this world. They didn't see death. So when it says that they were killed, I have to think myself that that's probably meaning that they were like outcast, or they were not included in what was called the world. Maybe that's because they see the truth. Okay, so let's just keep reading this a little bit. Okay, this innumerable multitude came together and to fight against him. Okay, I watched as he carved a great mountain for himself and flew onto it. I tried to see the region or place from which the mountain was carved, but I couldn't. After this I looked, and I saw that all who had gathered to do battle with him were sorely afraid, yet they dared to fight. MC Toon, be careful. Wouldn't that be cool if MC Toon's channel just suddenly switched to something else? Wouldn't that be cool? I'm not saying that I think it will. I'm just saying that to MC Toon right now, if MC Toon was going to listen to this, or if someone was going to share this with him, Michael, Jesus is trying to show you something as well. He's trying to take scales off your eyes like he did with Paul or Saul. Do you think that God can turn someone around that is fighting against him? Yes, God can. He did it with Saul. Saul was taking people to he was trying to bind anybody that was a Christian, anyone that was following Jesus, anyone that believed in Jesus. And then all of a sudden, one day, Paul saw a really bright light and heard a voice and was changed from persecuting all these people to preaching the words that Jesus told him. You know what? We got to go look at that. That's just an amazing thing. I think it's Acts chapter 9. And see, that's why this is not about cosmology. This is not, none of this is. It's not a debate about the shape of the earth. It's a debate about whether you believe in God. It's a debate about whether whether the truth is important or not. Because, like, look at these chats, or this chat that I was in last night. None of these people are pushing to learn the truth. They're actually pushing their lie and ridiculing what the truth actually is. Acts 9, Bible we'll look at. I'm just going to read what happened to Saul, because you'll understand what Saul was not a good man. Everyone was so scared of Saul because he was killing. If it was up to him, he would have put to death anybody that was doing this. Let's just see what it says here. And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went unto the high priest and desired of him letters to Damascus to the synagogues, that if he found any of this way, whether they were men or women, he might bring them bound unto Jerusalem. So he's saying, hey, if I need to get like a letter, or he needed to get clearance from the priests or whatever. Where was it? From the high priest. He wanted a note from the high priest saying that it was allowed for him to put handcuffs on anyone that's following Jesus as he's going on his way, and bind them and bring them, imprison them. That's what Saul wanted, okay? He desired that. And it says, as he journeyed, he came near Damascus, and suddenly there shined round about him a light from heaven. And he fell to the earth, and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, Who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I'm Jesus, whom thou persecutest. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Do you guys know what my understanding of kicking against the pricks, that was like if you were trying to plow some fields with an ox, and at a certain point in time, the ox says, I'm done. I'm not doing this no more. We're done for the day. And it'll start kicking, because the whatever's behind it, the plow or whatever, it wants to kick that. Get off of me. Kick it, And so they put pricks there, so there'd only be one or two kicks before they learn not to do that anymore. Like, put a knife on the front of the plow. That'll take care of the kicking. Get it? So Jesus said to him, he said, it's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And he, trembling and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me to do? Do you see how quick of a change that was? I would call that an instant turnaround, a 180. Going one way, being confronted by the Lord, turning around and never looking back. That's called repentance. That is part of salvation. And so in this, the reason why I'm reading this right now is because I was talking about MC Toon and his channel and everything. And I know, I don't know MC Toon very well, but I know some of the things that he's told me about his beliefs and his faith. And so I've always, for a long time now, I've always kind of wondered if that could be something that would happen. is if MC Toon would experience something similar to what Paul or Saul experienced. Maybe not in that same way, but I'm saying the turnaround. Because like MC Toon's a good guy. He's like a really good guy. He homeschools his kids. And like, if you go to his channel, which I don't think that it's a bad channel. If you go there, you'll understand what I'm saying. He's a genuine guy. He's a nice guy. And I know that he holds value in the scriptures. So that's my hope, is that I hope to see this happen to MC Toon one day. So then here's what happens. And he, trembling and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me to do? And the Lord said unto him, Arise and go into the city. It shall be told thee what thou must do. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. And Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were opened, he saw no man. But they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. And he was 3 days without sight, and neither did eat or drink. 3 days without sight, because he saw that bright light. And then it was, I think, Ananias that all of a sudden scales fell off of Saul's eyes. That's the power of Jesus. So might only be something I hope happens, or something that would be really cool that happens and maybe won't happen. I don't know. But you guys get the idea that I'm talking about. God can turn anyone around. God can make someone believe. And that's why I'm talking about the flat earthers. Why do you think we believe and know what we know and believe? Because we see it. We couldn't see it before. An example, and I'm not trying to rip on my dad or something, but an example is when we were shoveling that day, and I got dirt in my shovel, and I said, right here, the ground ain't moving. Why do people want to believe it's moving? It's not. It only moves when I put it in the shovel and move it. That's when it moves. And that's not happening everywhere. And my dad says everything moves. Everything's moving right now. And I mean, we're just standing there on this still ground. I said, what gives you that idea? Well, just everything's moving. And then it goes to a point of frustration. You're so ridiculous or something. I'm like, no, it's not a ridiculous thing. It's a very important thing for someone to understand why they think they're rotating when they're clearly not. Okay. So that's my little side story about that. I hope that someday MC Toon, and that's what, like, I always continue to plan on having conversations with him because he is a nice guy, or at least to me anyway. Like, I've seen him be pretty kind of harsh and maybe a little rude with some other people, like Austin, but for the time being, me and MC Toon have a pretty good relationship. Let's see. So, cherry picking quotes. I'm just trying to find some of these. No merry-go-rounds in you reality. No wonder you're so angry. See, I'm not angry, though. I don't know. It's not anger. I am a little surprised that people continue to go this long without considering the truth. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go a little further. I'm skipping way far this time. I wanted to get to towards the end. There was a lot of people saying ridiculous stuff. Okay, let's see. I'm not talking about bacteria anymore, Siph. See, here's another straw man. Professor Phil Bell says, why are you surprised that we sometimes need instruments to observe things? Why are you surprised, Professor Phil Bell? Why are you surprised that you need instruments to observe things? Gal, why are you so... Do you see the straw man there? I'm not surprised. That's just added in there to make it sound better. So, sorry, Professor Phil Bell, sorry. PhD Tony, if you do the mathematics properly and the stars rotate around the Earth, they would trace elliptical paths. No, they wouldn't. Just look up at the sky. They don't trace elliptical paths. They're circles. Circles! I can show you. again and again and again that they're circles. See? Circles. The sky is moving in a circle. That's a simple observation, isn't it? Okay. PJCnet says YHWH, pronounced Yahweh. Okay, thank you, PJCnet. Thank you. Unnecessary. Let's see here. Remove. Okay. Skipping forward a little further. There was just a couple that I wanted to hopefully catch in here. Oops. Okay. Okay, I love how Effed Up World thinks 2 celestial poles works on a flat Earth. LOL! Do you know what the word celestial means? If there's a celestial pole, what that actually means is that there's a celestial, or 2 of them, axis of rotation. All that means is a center of rotation, a point that the rotation is going around. Okay? Yeah, Karen, they get triggered when I go up there. They get triggered. Okay, so it says, Effed Up World will deny anything that goes against his bias. This guy says, Effed Up World always wants to chat. He only a flirt for attention, I think, McToon. Yeah, it must be MC Tune, I guess. It must be that I want attention, right? Because I'm not actually talking about a specific topic that you guys are all living in denial of, right? Yeah, no, not at all. Okay. Whoops. We'll go skip we're getting towards the end finally. I don't really care how long this live stream takes. Okay, here we got more. QED says, then that's an argument for not trusting your senses blindly. All good. Okay, I don't know what he was talking about. I used only my eyes and traveled to confirm I live on a globe. What? So I agree that's all you need, but I thought you disagreed. You don't ever see any curvature, and you don't ever sense any motion. So I don't know what you're talking about being on a globe. Steve Wilson says, again, that's hilarious. Deadly Dave says, how do you rule out the fact that you could have rotated, not the sky? Now, I like the way that Deadly Dave worded that. Now, his next reply is going to be funny, but look at what he says. How do you rule out the fact that you could have rotated, not the sky? Well, here's my... I'll just give you my comment, because mine must be further down. You're strawmanning me, first of all. Did I rule out the fact that you could have rotated, not the sky? No, I actually state that all the time. If you were on the surface of a spinning ball, you could look at the sky and see it looking like that. But guess what? There's no reason to think that you're spinning because the sky is actually spinning. And I don't have to do anything but look up to notice that. It's just a simple observation. So to say that the sky's not spinning and that the ground is completely opposed to your observations. Completely opposed to it. And of course, then I'm incorrect. But Mute Donkey says, why not look more into it? Are you afraid you are wrong? No, I'm not afraid I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot of times, and I'm saying that now what I'm saying is actually right, but it's not me that's right. It's just that there's something that I can point out that you're not, that Deadly Dave and Mute Donkey, that you guys are believing that's not true. You're believing that the ground is moving, which even while you believe that, you are observing it not move. So you're completely opposed to your own observation. So you're believing something opposite of what you observe. That's not science. And I don't stop at observation. You don't need to stop. You don't need to go anywhere from observation when it's this obvious. Look up at the sky. Every child, every person in the world knows that the constellations change throughout the year and that the stars move in the night sky. Anybody that is on the earth experiences this, and it's part of our reality. So I suggest that you entertain it. Okay, let's see. I am super dishonest, apparently. Let's see here. QED says, I live in Oz. They are different stars rotating around a different spot. They could be rotating, and I could be still on a globe. Okay. We're going to go over the south and north axes of rotation over a flat Earth. That's simple. Let's see here. We're getting there. Yeah, MC Toon is even mistaken. There's a lot of things that are false, that are easily falsifiable. I'll give you an example of one right now. There's this argument that I hear all the time. It's in my comments on my YouTube channel all the time. People saying, well, it's obviously a globe because the stars change rotation, the direction of rotation at the equator. No, they don't. You're all in error. This is where I'm right and you're wrong, okay? You're saying, or let's look at these star trails. I'll bring this up and I'll explain this. This is like an argument. It's like I don't know what you'd call it. It's like a false argument that nobody saying it even understands why they're saying this argument, and it's totally wrong. Their side of the argument is totally wrong, and I'll show you that right now. But you're going to have to do an exercise like with me, like we're actually standing in my backyard. Okay, look at your screen. Okay, that star in the middle, that is at 45 degrees from the horizon where I live. Okay, it's 45 degrees from the horizon to that center star. Simple, right? These stars are, so we're looking north. Sorry, I should have said that. We're looking north right now, and the stars are appearing counterclockwise, right? And if we were going to go to the equator, let me show you what that would look like. I have to pull up the video, but I just want to show you exactly what this would all look like from different places on Earth, because we have been different places on Earth. Where is this video? I might not have it here, or what? I guess I got to go grab it. Sorry. I want to show you what looking north from the equator looks like. So I'm grabbing that. Let's see, where are you? Where'd you go? There we are. Okay, equator star trails. Okay. Ready? Okay, see that? The center star is right on the horizon. Or we can't actually see it in this view, but it's about at the horizon. You can't really see it. And the stars, what are they doing? We're facing north. So if we turn to our left 90 degrees, we're going to be facing west, right? So let's all pretend that we're turning in our minds. We're turning to the left and we're facing west. And now, as we're looking at the stars, they're going to be in front of us. They're going to be going down towards the horizon, right? So let's turn another 90 degrees. So we're looking south. So we're looking completely the opposite of way of what the screen is right now. You tell me, those stars that we were seeing go down on the left right now, when we're facing south, what side are those stars going to be going down on? They're going to be going down in the west still, because everywhere on Earth, the stars set in the west. So you go all the way down to Australia, or wherever you want, down in the southern hemisphere, and you're going to see on your right side, as you face south, you're going to see the stars going down on the west, towards the horizon on the west. Do you realize that when you look to the south now and you try to figure out which direction are the stars turning? Well, if we're in the south, this is what it looks like. I just turned it around. Do you see that? We're facing south. They're going down on the right side, which is west. Now, let's turn ourselves around and face north. Now they're going down on the left, which is west. They're still setting in the west. And they're going counterclockwise. So the cause of what these globe heads are saying, that they're trying to tell you that at the equator, the stars are in the north are going one direction, and they're trying to say that the stars in the south are going the opposite direction. And guess what? It's not true at all. They're all going the same direction. All the stars are going around Polaris, or around that north center of rotation, axis of rotation in the north. And it appears that way in the south. It's almost as if the sky is like a tube, if you get what I'm saying. You can see it. Let's do this. Let's go. Let me just get a video playing in the background without audio if I can. I want to explain to you again what I just explained. Actually, I don't know where that video is. Give me a moment, please. Sorry. Looking for... Oh. So it's a simple thing. It's a simple misunderstanding. The action of turning around changes your entire perspective on what you're looking at. So when you're facing north, the stars are going to appear to go counterclockwise. But when you turn around, those stars going the same direction are going to appear to be going clockwise. But you turned around, so what do you expect? That's kind of like when you film the moon when it's rising, you're going to see it right side up, or whatever you call right side up. When the moon sets, why is it upside down from where it was when it rose? It's not because the moon changed. It's because you had to turn around to watch it set. You were facing west or east when it rose, and you were saying it's right side up. Now you turn around and you're looking at it from the other side because it passed over your head and it's going to set, and it's completely upside down from where it was in the morning. That isn't because the moon's turning. That's because you turned around 180 degrees. When you view something from one side and then you view it from the other side, it's going to be the opposite, even if it's going the same direction, okay? An example would be like a car, the wheel of a car. Look at it from the outside of the wheel. It's spinning one direction. Keep it spinning the same direction and go stand on the other side and tell me which way it's spinning. It's still going this exact same direction, but it's going to appear to you to be going the opposite way because you turned around. Another example of this is another dumb argument that a lot of flat earthers, or I mean, a lot of globe earthers use. That's just something they don't understand while they're using it. They're trying to say, you flat earthers are so dumb, and they don't even understand what they're saying. They say, well, why is the moon upside down in the southern hemisphere? Why do I see it upside down from the northern hemisphere? Again, you're looking the opposite direction. Of course you're going to see it upside down. Put a nickel or a quarter, tape it to the ceiling in the middle of the room. Go stand on one side of the room and look at it, and go stand on the other side of the room and look at it from the opposite direction. You tell me if it's going to be upside down. Of course it's going to be upside down. This is just part of simple observation. So those arguments need to be put to rest because they're ridiculous. The stars don't switch directions at the equator. MC Toon even, I think, kind of alluded to that yesterday. Doesn't happen. They're all going the same direction. So I think it's interesting when people do make comments like that, thinking that they have some upper hand, but they actually don't even understand what they're saying. And then to try to correct them, it just, or like to try to tell them, well, you're actually saying something that ain't true at all. They just won't hear it. But I got to give some credit to Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. I think he's finally understanding now why I point that out. Because Craig told me himself, Mr. Fight the Flat Earth, told me himself more than once. The stars switch directions at the equator. And I'm like, no, they don't. You ever been there? You've never been there. You never looked, apparently. You've never even tried to look at someone's video from there or something. They don't switch directions at all. If you actually want to look it up, just type into YouTube, equatorial star trails. It's quite simple to make an observation with someone else's hard work that they made they put their camera out there for us to share with us. It's easy. I still can't find what I was looking for, but I was trying to find the let's see here. Circle, not globe. Fix. I'm just trying to find the stellarium thing I did. And I guess it's not there where I thought. Oh. I'm checking out the chat here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Oh, I like this one too. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, I already had it in there. Let's look at this. You guys see that? Do you see the arrow? Okay, now let's pretend that we could walk through the TV screen to the other side of the screen, okay? And then let's turn around and look at that arrow. Is the arrow going to be going counterclockwise or clockwise? It's going to be going clockwise. So it has nothing to do with the sky switching directions. That's just a false argument that somebody thought they were smart and would say that. But the actual reality of the situation is that the stars all go the same direction around Polaris all the way to the south. And the further south you go, the bigger circle the star's making. It's very simple. There's two axes of rotation because as you look south further and further, you still see that circle. So don't forget you have to turn around to look south, or it might screw you up in your understanding, how you're understanding it. It's very simple. And this is the kind of thing that, why would someone ridicule a flat earther that's explaining where they're actually in error, like where the error is? I'm explaining it as clearly as I can right now, saying the act of turning your body around and observing from a different location, or actually observing a different part of the sky, you should expect to see things in a way that makes sense. If all the stars set in the west, that just means all the stars set in the west. Very simple. Okay, let's see. Here's Stephen Cook saying, again, the sky doesn't rotate. It swirls. Thanks, Stephen Cook. Like, these people, that's why I say that I think these kids are like not even through high school yet. A lot of them. Because they don't, they don't understand, like, at all what they're even trying to say. Like, again, the sky doesn't rotate, it swirls. What does swirl even mean? See that arrow? That's the definition of rotating. That would be rotating. It's going in a circle. It's doing a circuit. Okay, let's go to the desktop again. So yeah, apparently the sky doesn't rotate, it swirls. What a joke. Even though, like, every university will tell you that the sky rotates. Every university will. They'll tell you that the stars go in a circle around Polaris because it's an observation that we make. Every astronomer will tell you that if they point their camera very close to Polaris, that they'll be at the center of the axis of rotation of the celestial sky. That's what astronomy knows. Astronomy knows that, or an astronomer knows that at the equator, that the stars don't change direction just for your little globe. They keep going the same direction and setting in the west, all the way down in the south, anywhere you are on Earth. They rise in the east and set in the west. Obviously, they don't switch direction. Okay. Someone said to me, my 10-year-old nephew has more critical thinking skills than a 40-year-old effed up world. Ha ha ha. I'm 44, so you're way off. I'm just kidding. PhD Tony, with a little honesty, says the stars appear to move. And that's why I say PhD Tony's probably the most honest one in this chat, or in that chat yesterday. He makes statements. He understands why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm saying we observe it rotating, and that's why he has to use the word appear, because he believes it's something other than what he sees. He believes the opposite of what he observes, and he'd agree with me on this. PhD Tony, he seems honest. He would agree with me on this. He would say, yes, I observe from the earth, I observe the sky appearing to do a circle or rotation, but it will have to be followed up by some claim that that can't be the case because we measured, the hair in somebody's bald spot, or whatever excuse they want to make up, or whatever thing they want to say. Oh yeah, but the stars switch direction at the equator. It has to be a globe. Like, first of all, if you were on a globe and it was spinning, the stars would not switch direction at the equator. Just so you globe heads know. You're trying to make an argument out of something you don't understand, and you're actually trying to falsify it. You're trying to falsify your own belief in your globe, by saying that the stars would the stars would switch rotation at the equator. No, they wouldn't. You're saying the globe spins like two different directions at once? Is that what you're saying? They don't even know their own model. Okay, so then this Stephen Cook moron says, stars do not move, they're stationary. Oh my word. See? That's called believing a lie. That's believing a lie. That's what that is. So, let's see what I can do here. Try to find something. Actually, what I'll do is I'll refresh this a little bit and see if we can get a couple more comments. We're almost at the end, so. But I was going to play a couple videos too. I don't care what Stephen Cook says. Steve Wilson says, everyone observes the world spinning around them whilst on a merry-go-round. Therefore, it a fact that the world spins. See, I honestly think that Steve Wilson is like 8th or 9th grade. I do not think that these are adults. So, I mean, I know PhD Tony, and I know some of these people are adults. Deadly Dave and Mute Donkey, and some of these people, I know them. They're adults. But the vast majority of the people in this chat that are making false globe claims, I don't think that the globe believers like MC Toon really want them there. Like, I think if MC Toon was actually going to be monitoring his chat, he would be like, don't say that. That's not true. Because MC Toon is a little more educated on a lot of these things. But he did give me the idea that he thinks that the stars rotate the opposite direction. Because he says this 2 axes of rotation doesn't work on a flat earth. I'm like, I don't even know what to say to that. The sky does something that the sky does, so that means the earth must be this shape. The ground beneath your feet must be a certain shape because the sky does what the sky does. Okay, guys, whatever you say. It's not long, and this isn't going to be a conversation. What I'm saying is this is coming down to a point where the world's going to change. And there's a lot of there's a lot of different aspects of that. We have this debate, flat earth, globe, whatever debate. We have prophecy being fulfilled like crazy, and we have all the Christians even denying it, rejecting it, that's also foretold. They'll kill the prophets and not listen to the words that the prophets wrote. And we have prophets that gave us clear stories about, Maybe we'll have to, do you guys know Now You See TV? Check this out. These guys are awesome. Be like these guys.
You know, we've been studying as deep as we can into some of the astronomical events that have taken place in the world. And when we start talking about this destroyer, obviously millions of things, something major comes to mind, but a lot of different clues on what a lot of mythologies talk about. I mean, almost all of them have this star or thing or whatever you want to call it that comes forth and creates a catastrophic event that really actually changes, and you'll get into that, but changes time itself.
Yeah, it changes time itself. It changes the calendar.
It changes time itself. It changes the calendar. So how do we have a calendar? How do we have time? Goes back to the 6-day creation. God made it that way. He created it that way. He put the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, which is one of the main topics of this live stream. The sun, moon, and stars and their motion. Well, God did that because he put them there to be for signs, seasons, days, and years. And how is it that we can tell a year? How is it that we can tell a day? And how is it that we can tell the seasons? We look up at the stars and they tell us it's a perfect clock that God made and it never fails. So what happens when men on earth think that they have their own knowledge and they decide to, let's just say let's make a little story. I'm a carpenter. I'm a woodworker, a cabinet maker, whatever. Let's say I made a wooden case for a clock and I put a nice clock in it. And it had one of those pendulums swinging, like one of those old, fat, like one your grandparents would have or whatever on the wall. And it might even have a little cuckoo bird in it that pops out. And these days, the little bird pops out and he's like, "It's a globe! It's a globe!" Just kidding. So let's say I made you one of those. And where was I going with this story? And what if I made it for you and I wound it up and I said, here's a clock that I bought. It was very expensive and I put it in this wooden clock case that I made, and here you go. Now you can tell time. What if the person said, well, I like it, but I'd rather add I'm going to add a few, shorthands or whatever they are, I'm going to add a few dials on there. So they take the little screw off of the center where the the hour hand and the minute hand are. And they add 6 of their own hands. So it's got 8 hands. They're just pointed all different directions. How are they going to tell time? You'll get what I'm saying in a minute here.
This star.
This is the only place that humans have outside of planet Earth where humans can live. And if you like, down there on Earth, you can actually see it with your naked eye. You just go to the ISS website and it tells you when to see us. You can look up in the sky and you will see this bright little star moving over the sky.
This star.
Now, when this war begins, also the war in the heavenlies will take place.
This is what all the Christians are ignoring, that the prophets did write very clearly down for us. John said he saw a dragon flying in the sky. He said it was Satan.
And we're going to look at a text here in 2nd Esdras, and we're going to look behind the scenes into the spiritual realm for just a moment. In 2nd Esdras 15:35, and they shall smite one upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth. and even their own star. And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly, and even their own star. And even their own star.
You guys do realize that the reality on this earth, as you can see on the screen, actually, let me go back a little so you can see. I'll show you the video of me filming our own star that we put up there. Okay? Right there. See that? That's me with my telescope. It's a time lapse. And that's the space station flying over. But according to men, that's the space station flying over. What does God look at it as?
And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly, and even their own star. And even their own star.
This bright little star moving over the sky.
And even their own star. Now this talks about casualties in the angelic realm of stars being beat down to the earth by other stars. This is literally an angel war that we're seeing, and the war in heaven. This is going to be wild, and I don't know how much of this we're going to see.
Again, the prophets are being ignored. Fire coming
During
down.
this time, the word in Isaiah says, you better get in and hide, because there's going to be all kinds of strange going on. This is when Jesus said men's hearts are going to fail them for fear. Their hearts are just going to give out because it's just too much for them. Now, there is a precise correlation to this in the scripture about the smiting down of the stars. Now let's read it in Daniel chapter 8 and verse 10. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. That there's going to be casualties in this spiritual war. We're actually going to have angels fighting and destroying one another, casting them to the ground and stamping them. And in this text, it says that the little horn will do this.
The little horn will do that. Kings of the earth. Okay, so rather than finish that whole video, the point that I wanted to make with that is that even the prophets, thousands of years ago, were shown visions and were taken up into the heavens, and they were shown all of these things. They were shown this thing on your screen right now, and they were shown the dragon that was giving power to it to deceive the world. And this is what this whole debate is about. I don't want you to be deceived by Satan so that he takes the idea of eternal life away from you. And that's what this lie is going to do. If you continue to believe a lie. So when I say we all observe the sky turning, that's a simple thing, but there's a very unsimple reason why I am saying that. First of all, it's just an observation that everyone makes. But the most important part about it is that it is part of the great deception that Satan deceived the entire world with, me included. That's why I said I was wrong. And over the last several years, been learning how I was wrong and how bad I was wrong. Like really wrong. Okay, so I'm starting a video. It is... it's a surprise. But it might be playing for a little while. It might be playing for a long while. My channel might be live for a while. For a good long while. We'll see.
This is hopefully the first step on a journey towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary.
And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. And they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of time.
And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
And think to change times and laws.
Life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, 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 and them that dwell in heaven, tabernacle in heaven.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization, and ultimately be out there among the stars,
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Be out there among the stars,
be
out there among the stars.
and though thou set thy nest among the stars.
If the future does not include being out there among the stars, based on the moon and expanding beyond Earth and
Among the stars,
be out there among the stars, life becoming multiplanetary.
The long-term aspiration is to develop the technologies necessary to transport a large number of people and cargo to Mars in order to create a self-sustaining civilization there. And that's really why I started the company, was because it seemed as though
create the possibility for life on other planets.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you decide you want to try and do this.
Can't just be like a handful of people, because that's obviously not going to create a self-sustaining civilization.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. It's hard to
You'd made some money from the sale of PayPal. You decided to build a space company. Why on earth would someone do that?
For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God.
The goal of SpaceX is to try to advance rocket technology, and in particular to try to crack a problem that I think is vital for humanity to become a spacefaring civilization.
I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
Which is to have a rapidly and fully reusable rocket.
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
What are the things that need to happen in order for the future to be an exciting and inspiring one? And I really think there's a fundamental difference if you sort of look into the future between a humanity that is a spacefaring civilization that's out there exploring the stars on multiple planets. And I think that's really exciting, and compared with one where we are forever confined to Earth until at some eventual extinction event.
Let no man deceive you by any means. For that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
But the big innovation is still ahead, and you're working on it now. Tell us about this.
It's important that the rocket stages be able to come back, to be able to return to the launch site and be ready to launch again within a matter of hours.
Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved.
Wow.
Yeah.
Reusable rocket.
Yes.
I guess paves the way for your dream to actually take, at some point, to take humanity to Mars at scale.
SpaceX or some combination of companies and governments need to make progress in the direction of making life multiplanetary, of establishing a base on another planet, on Mars being the only realistic option, and then building that base up until we're a true multi-planet species.
And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
In April 2016, SpaceX announced that they are planning to send a mission to Mars, potentially as soon as 2018.
Oh, I just wanted to comment and read a verse about some of the conversation in the chat there, talking about truth being revealed at the end. Let me see if I can find the comments. Karen says that the veil is ripping from my eyes daily. I would have to say I feel the same way. Someone was saying about, there it is, Erikel Toros, if I'm saying that right, says, as Enoch was shown, we will be shown. Much love all. That is the most true statement right there. And I can back it up with scripture that actually says specifically what they just said. One of the verses is in Luke chapter 8. Let me see where I want to start reading. Let's start in... wait a minute. Let's start in verse 9. Or let's start in verse 10. And he said, unto you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of God, but to others in parables, that, because his disciples asked him why he was speaking in parables. He said, but he speaks to others in parables, that seeing they might not see, and hearing they might not understand. Then later on, in the same chapter, verse 16, it says, no man, when he lighteth a candle, cover it with a vessel, or putteth it under a bed, but setteth it on a candlestick, that they which enter in might see the light. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Take heed therefore how ye hear, for whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that which he seemeth to have. So yeah, and also in I'm just going off the top of my head, but I think it's in Enoch chapter, I want to say it's in chapter 93, that it says that. All right, hold on, let me grab my book. It says, whoops, I had to grab it here. I just want to say it right. I don't want to say it wrong. It was a part where it was talking about, oh man, Roman numerals again. Oh, I found it, I think. Whatever chapter this is, XCIII. I would guess that that's 93. But it says, it's talking about like weeks of I don't know, weeks, but it describes kind of what has happened in history and saying it's certain weeks or whatever. It says an apostate generation will arise in the 7th week, and many shall be its deeds, and all its deeds shall be apostate. Unfortunately, guys, I think that's us. That's our generation. It says, and at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness, to receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. Even Enoch foretold that the truth about God's creation that was hidden all throughout time at the end would be declared just like it was at the foundation of the world. It would be made known to this elect group. So if you are seeing truth, there's probably already something in your heart telling you to share it, telling you to talk about it, and then people come at you in a way that you wouldn't bring on yourself if you had the choice. But since you were shown something, that's called a calling. That's a calling. He called you to do something by showing you the truth. He made you bear witness unto the truth. Which that's what Jesus said he would do. I want to go to Isaiah and just read you a couple of verses that actually, they just straight up foretell this happening. In Isaiah 42, I turned right there almost. Verse 6, I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. Verse 16, he says, and I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. I will lead them in paths that they have not known. I will make darkness light before them and crooked things straight. These things will I do to them and will not forsake them. They shall be turned back. They shall be greatly ashamed. Do you guys remember when I was just saying I was wrong my whole life, and then I had to admit that I was wrong, and that I actually wanted to learn what was right, what was true, because I could see that, well, I was believing a lie my whole life. I think that's kind of what that is. I was blind, and he brought me by a way that I knew not. He led me in paths that I had not known. He taught me something I never knew. Okay? And look what it says here in the next chapter, in chapter 43. It says, let's see here. Let all the nations be gathered together, and let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this and show us former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses, that they may be justified, and let them hear and say, it is truth. So you know what? The people that were made into witnesses, they definitely want you to understand what they are witness to. They want you to know it. They want you to see it. They want nothing more than for you to see it. And it says, and you know why? Because that's part of how they get justified. It says, let them be, or that they may be justified. Let them hear and say, it is truth. Do you guys hear us talking? We're saying that this is truth. We were shown truth. We didn't make it up. We didn't come up with it on our own. It came down from heaven. That's what happened. The next verse says, ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me. That's the verse I was talking about earlier when I said, all the flat earthers know that they were created by God and that he made everything in this world. Every one of them probably agree. Every flat earther agrees on that, I'm sure. Hey, Fish says, Jesus is the truth, dude. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Since we're in Isaiah, why don't I read you another prophecy that actually talks about flat earth, okay? Let's go to Isaiah 40. Verse 3, or verse 4. It says, okay, but I got to preface this now. I know that Fish understands what a mountain is, and what a valley is, and what a hill is, And without those things, the earth would not have any terrain. It would be flat if we didn't have mountains, hills, and valleys, right? That is literally the shape of the earth is mountains, hills, and valleys. When you're walking in a field, if the ground goes down, that's going to be a valley. If the ground goes up, that's going to be a hill or a mountain. Okay, it's talking about the ground. Now, Isaiah 40, I like to read 3 in there because this is important. It says, the voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord. Make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley, okay, we're talking about a valley, a low spot. Every valley shall be exalted. That means lifted. And every mountain and hill shall be made low. And the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed. And all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. So that being revealed about when the mountains are, what does it say? There's a lot of places in the Bible, like the mountains will melt or whatever. Where's your quote of Jesus? Tell me what you quoted of Jesus. Forget your interpretation of Isaiah. No, it's not an interpretation of Isaiah. See, this is another part of this too. People a lot of times say, flat earth doesn't matter. It's not a salvation issue or something like that. First of all, apparently you haven't read the Bible concerning where salvation is mentioned. Did you know that salvation would be revealed at the end? Did you know that? Let's see, where does it say that? That's in Luke, I think. Or no. No, that's where Luke is where John the Baptist quoted Isaiah, the verses we just read, about the mountains and the valleys. It says, let's see here, Luke chapter 3, I think it is. It says the exact same thing almost, but it says it in a different way. It talks about salvation. It says, every valley shall be filled, and every mountain and hill shall be brought low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough ways shall be made smooth, and all flesh shall see the salvation of God. And speaking of what Jesus said, let's talk about what Jesus said. I just got to show some of this to Fish, because Fish, I want you to see the importance of this. Jesus and Paul said to believe the gospel, right? Paul, both of them, actually, Jesus said, those that don't believe will be damned. And Paul said, those that didn't receive the love of the truth would be damned. It's not a light subject, is it? So in John chapter 15 and 16, Jesus kind of foretold this. So first of all, oops, is that the right place? I'm looking here. Give me a minute. Okay. We're going to go to John 16, I guess. Well, we'll read the last verse of John 15. So Jesus said, actually, the last two verses, 26 and 27. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. And ye also shall bear witness, because ye have been with me from the beginning. Then in chapter 16, these things have I spoken unto you, that you should not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh, that whosoever killeth you will think he does God service. So how does the church, this is an example of it right here. Fish is telling me to forget about flat earth. It's not important. Yeah, Jesus is the truth mentioned. Correct. He's the Word of God, right? And he created this world in 6 days when he declared it out of his mouth. And if you don't believe that, then I suggest that you carefully think about the consequences of not believing the truth and taking pleasure in unrighteousness. And people think that Hollywood is what unrighteousness is or something, and it's not. It's much simpler than that, actually. Let's see here. So Jesus said that he would send the Spirit of truth. He said, howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. He shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine, and shall show it unto you. All things that the Father hath are mine, therefore said I, that he shall take of mine, and shall show it to you. Okay, so he showed me something. I know he showed Ryan Popejoy something. I know he showed Yaz Will Soaring something. I know he showed Salted Cedar something. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but what I'm saying is, if God didn't show you this, hey, guess what? The world's not over. God's not done. Right? So what I'm saying, and I'm kind of still talking to Fish there. God, have you asked God to reveal the truth? Pray to Jesus and ask him to show you the truth. And then put your heart in the right place, and I guarantee you, you will start to see everything differently. He said he would do it, and he's done it to me. He's done it to a lot of people that are here. And actually, it's life-changing. And really is, what is a day? A day. What do you mean? What is a day? You mean like the time span of a day, or how we tell a day, or what do you mean? Okay, let's read one more verse. It was the last thing, one of the last things that Jesus said before he was crucified. It was when Pilate was asking him some questions. Do you remember that? And Jesus was saying that his kingdom's not of this world. And then Pilate therefore said unto him, this is John 18, verse 37. Pilate therefore said unto him, art thou a king then? And Jesus answered, thou sayest I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. So Jesus told Pilate that the reason why he came into the world was to bear witness to the truth. Well, that's cool, Fish, and I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you do pray for that. I am. Okay, so the 24 hours, yeah, that's about a day. But you're not on a globe, Fish. So, do you remember in Matthew 24 when Jesus, they were on the Mount of Olives, and his disciples asked him privately, what's going to be this? How are we going to know when the end is coming? What's going to be the sign of your coming, of your return? And he said a lot of things. But there is one gospel he talked about being preached at the end. I'm not kidding. I'll even turn there rather than just quoting it. Because it's very, like this, I don't know, like Fish, take this one and like, you know, let it sit there for a minute. When you when you hear it here. Matthew 24, verse 14 is what Jesus says. He says, "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come." What gospel? The gospel of the kingdom. The gospel of the kingdom of God. That comes down out of heaven from God, right? New Jerusalem. The holy city. The city of truth. So the gospel of the kingdom will be preached to every nation in the whole world for a witness. And why is it for a witness? It's because I'm reading comments. It's a witness because he made us witnesses. And that's what it says in Isaiah. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord. He took the blind by a way that they knew not. There's a lot of people that can say that they've experienced that. It's precisely that. Fish says, "I don't care the shape of the earth, and I'm not convinced of its importance." Well, tell me, Fish, where's God's throne? Let me just see if I can try to zero in on maybe what the difference in our thinking is. Because I totally understand that statement. Why would it be important what shape the earth is? We just live here and God made it. If I believe God made it and I believe that he's the King of Kings, what's the difference, right? I understand that. So I'm not like opposed to that way of thinking. But I am willing to add to it if I can. Where's God's throne? Because you know where Jesus is right now, right? He's sitting at the right hand of the Father in his throne, right? Where is that? Yeah, the good news of the kingdom. Now, I'm not talking about, that's not what Jesus was saying. He wasn't talking about the good news is Christ, our salvation. He said that the gospel of the kingdom, he was always talking about the kingdom that's coming. His kingdom is not of this world, remember? That's another good point, Karen. The Bible says many times that the earth is not moving. So that's an important thing too. The earth never moves. And the sun is actually going in a circle. That's what a circuit. That's what the Bible says. So the sun goes in a circle over the earth. The earth isn't going around the sun in the Bible. It's the opposite. The sun is going over the face of the earth. And it's a face because it's like a surface. It's like a flat place. It's like a table. It's what we experience. Look out the window. You'll see what I mean. The ground's beneath you. Sky's above you. Everywhere that anyone has ever been. Ever. Always has ground beneath you. Even on the space station, the ground's always beneath them. Sky's always above them. So, let's see here. The gospel of the kingdom. See, it needs to be preached to all nations as a witness because they're all apostate. Fish says, God is an eternal, infinite, omnipresent being not bound by space, time, or measure. How big is God's throne? I don't know how big his throne is, but where is God's throne? That's my question. Where is it? And I'm asking that question because it's very important to understand where it is. There's a few different aspects of it. Ryan Popejoy, his name just popped into the chat with some comments, and I was like, wait a minute, Ryan reminds me of this. Ryan kind of has taught me something to look at something differently than I previously was, and I'm glad that Ryan taught me that. Okay, what's darkness? This is what Ryan kind of taught me. What is darkness? Well, it's obvious, the absence of light. As soon as there's light, the darkness runs away, and there's no darkness if there's a light there, right? Simple concept. But in reality, where is darkness? And my original answer would have been, it's the night sky. It's night. Darkness is night. That's when we have it on the earth, where, I mean, you could go in your closet and make darkness if you turn the light off or whatever, but in nature or whatever, in our reality, the night sky is darkness. It's a place of darkness, or whatever you want to call it. The Bible says there was darkness upon the face of the deep. And that deep is up in the sky. It's not beneath, it's not like the oceans of the earth, because God was hovering over the face of the waters. And it said in Psalm 18, he made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. God's has a secret place up in the sky that's darkness. But Ryan Popejoy said, well, if you anything that basically being absent from God, that's darkness. No matter what form you're in, wherever you are, doesn't matter if you're talking about in your mind or in your heart or in your body, or it doesn't matter if you don't have a view of God, or if you don't, the absence of God is darkness. He's light. God himself is light, you know? Well, Fish says it's beyond human comprehension because of the limitations set upon us bounding in this flesh. I can agree with that partly, that we're bound to this flesh, but I totally disagree with it's beyond human comprehension, because God's showing it to us. I think there's a verse I gotta read about being shown. Let me see. I guess I kind of lost that. I'm just still hoping that you can answer just a simple question: where's God's throne? And if that's your answer, it's beyond human comprehension. That's not what the Bible says. According to the Bible, where's God's throne? If you can answer that. Because we were raised to believe that God's throne isn't where it is. We were raised to believe that there's something else there. And some of that is very important to not believe some of the things we were taught. Because that's specifically what Paul was talking about, was taking pleasure in unrighteousness. There's something opposing the Bible and the kingdom of God. And I'm talking about New Jerusalem. Where's New Jerusalem? It's the same place where God's throne is. I mean, I don't know if it's right the same place. It's in the same place. And Jesus is there. And he ascended there. And he's going to come back down from there. I think it's quite obvious I'm talking about heaven. That's where the throne of God is. That's where he lives. Isaiah 66 says, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where's the house that you build unto me? Where's the place of my rest? So should we talk about planets? What are planets? Well, I think I have a video about that. Planets are evil spirits. Did you know that? Might sound out in left field until you look at some of the root words that we get some of our words from, like the word planet. That comes from a word that's, let me see if I got it here. Let's see if this is it, maybe. Whoops. What in the world? Oh, yeah. I hope you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Wandering stars. The word wandering there is a wanderer. Planetes. But that word planetes comes from 4105, which is, well, let's look at planetes first. 4107. A wandering star, a planet. Okay. A false teacher. Operating without moral compass and exploiting other aimless people. Okay, that's just that word. Let's look at this word. Or wait, what is this one? This is, this is Jude. Okay, hold on. I don't know which video I'm looking for. I think it's here, maybe. No, that's Enoch. Give me a minute. Okay, 4105 planeo. That's where that word comes from. Look at the bottom of your screen at where it says 4105 in blue there. Planeo is the root of the English term planet, wandering body. Now, look what this word means. To cause to wander. Lead astray, deceive, cause to wander. Excuse me, cause to wander. Planeo. Now look at this. Enoch. Do we have... I guess we don't have all that. I was trying to record a video. Hold on a minute. Give me a minute. We'll get a different one up there that we can see the whole thing of. Okay, let's look at this. So Enoch was being shown this waste and horrible place where he saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it. And that's what Jude 1 verse 13 says. Thank you, Ryan Pope Joy. I'm going to go read that in a minute because that you put it. I'm not good at verbalizing it. What you said. So Uriel is explaining to Enoch, and he said, "Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods." So what happens when you raise your child and right off the bat in the crib, you put one of those, I don't know, I don't have kids, so I don't know the baby words, but you put one of those baby things with planets on it and it twirls around or whatever and keeps them occupied or whatever. What are you teaching them? You teach them about false gods. Who? Oh, Jupiter. Venus. These false gods. They're all false gods. Do you notice how they're named? The names of deities? Yeah. Don't believe in those. Well, but they're there. We can see them with the telescope. Yeah, but what are they? Elon Musk wants you to believe that he's going to set up a civilization on one of those little lights. But the scriptures would tell us that they're actually, what does Jude 1 verse 13 says? Raging waves of the sea foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. As some of the planets wander, astronomers call it retrograde. Yeah, you're right. There is retrograde. That's where the apparent opposite direction. It's not actual. It's just what we see. Again, it's apparent from the ground. But let me get something up on the screen and explain to you my understanding of these these wandering stars, because it's actually quite clear. I think I just turned off my program that I was running. Let's see here. I did. I think I turned it off, and I don't know if it's starting or what. Sorry, guys. So the stars, every star in the night sky. Okay, finally. All right. There's only 7 stars that do retrograde or anything like that. So remember when I had the star trails up here? Give me a second. I'll try to find the right one. Should be the one, I think. Okay. So when we film the sky, we have the stars moving in this motion or whatever. Except for 7 planets. So there's 7, I'll just say lights in the sky that don't do this circular pattern. They do, but they're not, it's not exactly the same. Zulu 1's in the house. What's up? So there's 7 these planets, and let me see if I have a thing of them. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to get him on the screen, that's all. Not having good luck. Okay, well, let me do this. Video. Trying to find something really quick. So Enoch went to this place and he saw 7 stars. He went up to heaven, obviously, or space or whatever, and he saw 7 stars that had transgressed the order that God commanded them to go on. Like the ordained courses that God gave them, commanded them. They said, well, we're just going to wait a while and not obey God. And it says that this is what Uriel told to Enoch. He said that they didn't come forth at their appointed times at the beginning of their rising. So right off the bat, like the 4th day of creation, God made that, made the sun, made the moon and the stars, and he placed them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth and for signs, seasons, days, and years. And right that first time they were supposed to rise, they didn't obey God. 7 of them. Out of all the stars, how many stars are there? I don't even know if we could number them. But out of all of those, only 7 disobeyed and didn't go on their prescribed courses. And it said, and Uriel said God was angry with them and bound them until judgment. Bound them in that place. So where would God bound evil spirits or evil luminaries that didn't obey him? Well, Jude said it was in the blackness of darkness forever. And like 2 Peter 2 talks about the angels that left their first estate. And these are speaking of the ones from like Genesis 6, which is those are different than those 7 stars, but they're in the same place now. And it's called hell. So taking pleasure in unrighteousness would probably be believing that hell is where you want to go, where you want to be, like the astronauts. And, well, here's an idea. Lucifer said in his heart that I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. And then he said, he would set his congregation up in the sides of the north, and he would, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So Lucifer has this plan in his heart to go and be like God up in the sky, in heaven, and exalt his throne up there and things. And what does so Lucifer says, I will ascend into heaven. What does NASA say on their mission statement? We will ascend into heaven. Do you see where unrighteousness starts to come in to this idea of believing that we're in a solar system? When we don't observe a solar system, we actually observe the sky rotating above us. We don't observe the sun rotate or the earth rotating around the sun at all. We observe the sun rotating, going over the surface of the earth every day. Comes up in the east, sets in the west every day. We don't observe a solar system. No one has. It's an idea. And it's an evil, wicked idea. So I just think it's important that we don't assume that we have something right that we don't. The wandering stars are, it says here, right here. We're going to go look at it right now. Sorry. Look what it says here. It says, here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women. Those are the Genesis 6 ones we were talking about. And their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment in which they shall be made an end of. It's talking about planets, talking about those 200 fallen angels. So I was going to look at what Ryan Popejoy was saying a little bit earlier. Ryan says, God is outside of time, timeless. Alpha and Omega, we're in his story. And timeless, time of eternal. Or, yeah, did I say that right? Or we're garbage, postage has been paid, we were bought for a price. And redeemed. Redeemed. When people talk about a rapture, I don't understand it the same way as like God Well, I do. There is going to be a rapture, but it's on the last day. That's what Jesus said. He said, I will raise you up on the last day. So I believe that he will raise us up on the last day. And the idea of a rapture being like taken out is not the idea I get from the scriptures. I get the idea that it's more saying a redemption that was purchased at a time, and like taking your receipt and going to pick up that purchase. Redeemed that way. And I think that's already been happening in the lives of people on earth when they learn of this. It changes everything about a person to understand this, or just to see it. Let's see here. Zulu 1 says, no one has ever seen the earth rotate. Stop, all you have seen is lights passing overhead. No, you're right, Zulu 1. And that's actually what this stream is about. I was over on MC Tunes chat yesterday, and people were getting triggered. But they say ridiculous things. They say, well, you see the sky rotating because the earth is rotating. That's not science, guys. That's like anti-science. That's like, oh, I'm not going to do science, so I'm just going to say the opposite of what I observe. And, No, Uriel was an angel fish. He's one of the holy angels. Uriel. He's one of God's holy angels. So, he's probably not a demon. So, yeah, that was actually an angel that, one of the holy angels that was telling Enoch the story about planets, not a demon. Let's see. I was just reading some of these. Okay, we're going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to that video we were on for a minute. Or actually, you know what? I might have a different one that I want to play. Here's me, like a year ago. Here we go. Flat. A lot of us say that the earth is flat, and it sounds crazy, and it sounds like that couldn't be true. Because we live on a globe. But let me try to explain a little bit from my point of view why I would say that the earth is flat. Why would someone at age, 5 years ago I was 38. Why did I start saying, hey, I think the earth is flat? And why did I buy some nice optics and telescopes and start researching and studying the sky and studying how far we can see on the surface of this earth? Why would I do that? A lot of people would say, Joe says the earth is flat because he wants to be special. He has a need to be different, or, wants to be looked at differently or something. And I totally get that. But what I would actually say myself is that it's not because I want anything. It's because I was called by Jesus to be a witness of his marvelous light and to give my testimony about what I bear witness to. That's why I say the earth is flat. And there's another reason too. Because of what Paul said in 2 Thessalonians 2, verses 10 through 12.
And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
The people who don't receive the love of the truth will be damned. So it has nothing to do with Joe wanting to feel special or any of these other people that are saying these same things. We don't want to feel special. We love you and care about you and have learned supernaturally and seen supernaturally the truth in this world. And this world is full of lies. And the lies don't seem like lies because we were all born believing them. Our parents believed them. Their parents believed them. And now people have seen the truth. And it surrounds you in this world. It surrounds you. Water at its surface, when at rest, is flat, level, horizontal. It doesn't take a curved shape. That's only in your imagination. I have proved this in reality to myself, and I have my YouTube channel that I share publicly my observations. And maybe you haven't gone out to do these observations and see, to prove to yourself that if we were on a spinning ball, two things. It must curve, which it doesn't, and it's spinning, which it isn't. So we were born believing the opposite of our perceptions and the senses that we have, and we were born believing the opposite. And now it's ridiculed to actually observe the world that we live in and on, and to prove things about it. It's 2020, guys. We have the best equipment. We have the best communications. We have worldwide instant communication. We have the best optics that have ever been. It's 2020. We can know if the earth is a ball spinning in outer space or if it's a flat plane that God made. God's in heaven. Remember that. And also remember, this is my testimony. Jesus showed this to me. He opened my eyes, and I could see something when I turned, not when I turned, but around 37 or 38 years old. It changed. My eyes were open. My perceptions were used more clearly. I could see clearer. I comprehend things that I didn't even know existed. He showed me the truth, and I want you to see it because it's crucial for your eternal life. Did you guys hear what I just said there? Let me rewind it a little bit. Because Fish, I'll read your comment in a minute. Fish just made a comment, but listen to this. Were used more clearly. I could see clearer. I comprehend things that I didn't even know existed. He showed me the truth, and I want you to see it because it's crucial for your eternal life. So Fish says, how can I receive the love from flat earth theory? I prefer to receive love from Jesus. You know the truth. So Jesus is the Word of God. He declared all these things out of his mouth. I think we both believe that. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And all things that were made by Jesus when he spoke it. He is the Word of God. So when he declared, let there be light, light became a thing. And when he said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, these things happened when he said them. They manifested into reality as he spoke those words. He declared this creation, right? So when he declares that it doesn't ever move, it's important. If you believe that it's moving, are you believing the Word of God? Or are you being duped into believing a lie. And here's another thing, Fish. Since I know you're genuine, because you're here and I know you're genuine, and I know, like, I want to talk to you about this. When Jesus prayed right before he was crucified, there's a clear distinction in there that could apply. I'm not saying it does. I'm saying it very well could apply to the situation that you and I have right now. And I'll break it down to just you and me. I'm not talking about everyone in the chat or all the flat earthers or anything like that. Let's just break it down to you and me. In John 17, Jesus prayed for both you in the stance you have or the beliefs whatever I'm saying is you're like, doesn't seem important, right? So that stance, he's praying for you, and then he prays for me also. But it's a separate he's praying about two different groups of people, or praying for them. I mean, praying for two specific groups of people. And it's hard for us, I think, to know who those people are before those people find out that they're being prayed about. Let me try to explain what I'm saying. He talks about manifesting his name to men that God gave him out of the world. Let's see if it says, I pray for them, or no, that's not the right one. Let's see here. Okay, verse 14. I have given them thy word, and the world hath hated them, because they're not of the world, even as I am not of the world. That's not actually the one I was looking for. Okay, starting in verse 17, sorry. He says, sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. Just like you're saying, Jesus is truth. He is the truth. Thy word is truth. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. So let's just analyze that a little bit. So he's praying to God and he's saying, even as you sent me into the world, I'm going to send them into the world. Okay? How was Jesus sent into the world? Well, he told us. He was sent to, what did he say in John 18 to Pilate? He said, it's only one page away. He said, for this cause, or to this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. So Jesus told Pilate that he came into the world to bear witness to the truth. That was the purpose that he came into the world for. And when he's praying, he says, as thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. Now, Fish, just try to hear me out on this. I think this is so important to understand, and I think it can change your outlook on this. It can change a lot. And it's not like about, I know Jesus better than you, or that's not what it's about. What it is about is that Jesus he loves both of us. And he wants you to understand something. And I'm telling you right now that I've used this word a lot of times, and it might not be the correct way to say it. But I was commandeered, if you know what that means. And I'm not adding any negativity to what I have experienced. I'm saying that I was called. That's about the only word I can say or describe it with. So in the state that I was in, let's see if I can try to, 7 years ago or 8 years ago or somewhere in there, my whole life took a big turn. It just did. And it was that the Bible I couldn't consume enough of what was in there. I just couldn't get enough of it. And it was let's see here. Fish says, he said that he is the proof, not to be the witness, but to be witnessed. That's not actually what he said. He said that we would bear witness to the truth. So what I'm trying to say right now is when he was praying, he said, let me just read from verse 18. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. And for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. Okay. Being washed by the blood of the Lamb has a lot to do with truth. But look what he says in verse 20. This is the verse that I'm talking about. Try to apply this verse to the scenario that we're kind of addressing here. He says, neither pray I for these alone. He's speaking of those who he was going to send into the world. He said, neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word. And this is the idea I'm getting is that this is what, well, let me say why. This is what he says why. He says that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me and I in thee. Okay. He has like two sheepfolds, guys. If that's the right word. Let me look at that and see if I can find that. He doesn't have only one group following him. He has two. And he wants them all to be one, or they're going to be all one. Let me see if I can find that. I think it's when he's talking about being the shepherd. I'm a good shepherd. I'm the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. Let's see. Maybe that's not the right place. Where is it? Sorry, guys. Okay, maybe that's not the right. I was looking in John 10 to see if that was where when he put us forth his own. You know what? Let me do this. I'll finish playing this video and I'll find it while I'm doing that. Sorry, guys. And that is my testimony.
I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear. And anoint thine eyes with eye salve, that thou mayest see. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Be zealous therefore and repent. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in to him, and will sup with him, and he with me. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches.
Okay, so what is there to overcome in Revelation? To him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out. What do we have to overcome? In Revelation 12 when it says, hey, this applies, Fish, and I'll read your comment in just a second, but check this out. This actually applies, I think, right now. What did John, or Revelation 12, sorry, talking about salvation, when the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil. Let me show you that on the screen because I want to make this real for you, Fish. And I'm not only talking to Fish. It's a great conversation I think we're having back and forth. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just saying I'm not trying to like single you out or anything like that. It's just it just works well for what I think we're kind of discussing. There's a verse here first I have to show you the dragon being cast out into the world. Taking me a second to get there. Because I didn't write this book, and I didn't make the vision or show the vision. It was an angel, a signified angel sent from Jesus to John. And Jesus even showed up in the vision and told John a bunch of things. But then John's saying that he saw this war happening in heaven, up in the sky, and he saw this dragon being cast down into the earth, and then that was a specific thing that happened. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. That was something that happened that, as that was happening, something else was happening. I think it's right here. Let me just play this really quick.
In case if you're just joining us, you can see on your screen there, Dragon has just re-entered the Earth's atmosphere after departing from the International Space Station.
Okay, so the dragon, you just heard her, what she said. The dragon has re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. So it went from out of the Earth to into the Earth, right? Or from heaven into the Earth, whatever you want to call it. And it was just attached to the space station, giving it the space station the ability to be the space station, giving it power and authority. What I'm saying is all this is coming to pass, and it's very important. But in this war happened and everything, it says there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Now, this is where it changes, and this is where it applies, I think. And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God. Remember, Jesus said that the gospel of the kingdom would be preached to all nations as a witness, and then the end would come. That was in Matthew 24, verse 14. Okay, here's what it says. Now has come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him. I'm hoping Fish is in this next verse. They overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto the death. So it's the saints of the Most High that have a testimony, right? They have a testimony, and it's because of their testimony that they share among each other that it says right here, they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. That's what YouTube chats and all this kind of fun stuff is doing in the last several years. If you think about, let me actually try to just, what I'm saying is I'm giving you my testimony about something that's happened to me in my life. 10 years ago, I was just a carpenter working, trying to make money and not caring about any of this. Now, that all changed because of something that I learned. Something that I realized that I believed that was a very simple lie, very believable lie. Now I'm going to go check out these comments again. I think it was... okay, here we are. I'm not saying you aren't called to serve. I only ask, to what purpose? And I'll read Isaiah 42 or 40. I'll read to what my understanding of what the purpose is. To open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. That's my understanding of to what purpose. Because we've all been in a prison house. And I broke free, and I want you to get out too. That's that. So there's more comments though. Thank you, John Garlic. That is so awesome. I can't believe I didn't find that. John 10, verse 16. This is the one I was looking for. This is what Jesus is saying. And other sheep I have which are not of this fold. Them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd. Thank you so much, John. That is what I'm trying. That was encouraging to me right there that I just read that, because now that shows me that John Garlic, that shows me that I'm actually conveying this in a way that's understandable, because that's exactly that verse, and I didn't really say it, but I knew that. What I'm saying is I'm going to consider myself, okay, I was 8 years old when I asked Jesus to be my king in my life. But I didn't live my life, like I might as well lived like he didn't exist. So it was kind of an empty thing, I think, that I did when I was 8. What I'm saying is I would consider myself, before I understood the truth about God's creation, I would have considered myself to be in one fold. But when I see the truth, he made me understand the importance of believing the truth. And let me explain this too. Where did this truth come from? Where did the subject of flat earth come from? Didn't come from people. It came down from heaven. And we can actually even basically prove that. All of a sudden, all at once, people from every nation in the world, every race and kind of religion and everything, suddenly realized, not many, but a select few people out of all those groups started saying, wait a minute. I'm seeing that we're believing a lie. And people suddenly started doing this 2015 or whatever this time. And a lot of people started realizing that. You know what that is? That's what Jesus said to the Jews that remained in his word. They shall know the truth. You shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So, whoops. So I'm trying to, let's see here. Ryan Pope Joy says, we're a body of Christ, and some will be a lung or a thumb. We have our own gifts. I see effed up world holds down biblical cosmology 100%. And you know what? It's not my, it's like not even my story. It's not our story. It's actually the account in Genesis. It's God's story. It's what Jesus declared. It is reality. So, and then Fish has another comment that I was going to read. Christ didn't argue the meaning of the scriptures with the Pharisees. He just scolded them, and they rejected him. Why did they reject him? Christ didn't fit their interpretation of the Messiah. Exactly. So that just reminded me of a verse. I don't know which gospel it's in, but when it says about the synagogues, they will beat you in the synagogues or something. And you be, what does it say? You'll be something against them. That's what it said. I got to look that up, I think. Your testimony will be against the synagogues. So what testimony is against the synagogues? Well, when you go to church, if you say, Jesus is Lord, are they going to boot you for that? No. What if you went into church and said, I really believe that the Bible is saying that the earth is flat and that it is actually true? You'll be booted out of that church in 15 seconds. It's a testimony against them. So I would almost compare the churches with the Pharisees in this situation. Yeah, they're going to reject it. They're going to spit at it and laugh. You don't fit the our interpretation of the Messiah or the truth. So that's, I guess that, to me, that has already been happening everywhere. Everywhere. I'm going to look at the comments, but you know what I'm going to do? Let me read up on some of the comments, but I'm going to play, an interesting video. This one's interesting, guys. Maybe you've heard this one, or maybe not. It's, talking about demons. It's kind of crazy.
Again, in those days, there came to me a letter from Adares, the king of the Arabians, saying, To King Solomon, greeting. We have heard of the wisdom that has been given to thee, and that thou art a compassionate man, and that thou hast power over all spirits that are in the air, or on the earth, or under the earth. Now be it known to thee that there is a destroying spirit in this land. For every day at dawn there arises a wind which blows for 3 hours, and it is so venomous that every one on whom it blows dies, and it kills the cattle also. Now therefore we entreat thee in thy wisdom to devise some means, and if it may be, send us a man who can capture the spirit. And if thou canst do so, then I and my people will be tributary unto thee, and Arabia shall keep peace with thee. And we beseech thee, make not light of our petition, for we are in a great strait. And so, farewell. When I had read this letter, I folded it up again and gave it to my chief counselor, saying, Bring it again to my remembrance after 7 days. Then I thought upon the matter, and after the 7 days I called one of my servants and said to him, Make ready a camel, and get an empty wineskin. And he did so. Now the wineskin was made of a whole hide of a beast, so that it had the upper parts of the 4 legs remaining upon it, the legs being sewn up, and the neck open. I said to him further, Take this ring, and go into Arabia, to the place where the venomous wind blows, and take the skin, and hold the ring in front of the mouth of the skin towards the wind, so that the wind shall blow through the ring. And when the skin is blown up, you will know that the demon is inside it. Then hasten and tie up the neck of the skin and seal it with the ring, and put it upon the camel and bring it to me. But if on the way the demon promise you gold and silver and treasures to let him go, see that you do not obey him, but rather make him reveal to you where the treasures are hid, and mark the places, and come on to me. Now go, and good success be with you. So my servant set out and came to Arabia, and the men of the country doubted much whether he could capture the spirit. But when the day was dawning, even the first day after his coming, he rose up and set the skin with its mouth towards the wind, and laid the ring in the mouth of it. And the wind blew through the ring, and entered into the skin, and puffed it up. And the man caught the neck of the skin, and closed it, and sealed it with the ring in the name of the Most High. Then he abode yet 3 days in the place to make trial of his success. But the poisonous wind blew no more, so that all the Arabians were assured that the demon was safely shut up. And they rejoiced greatly, and gave him many precious gifts, and did him great honor. And when he set forth to come back to me, they accompanied him to their borders. So he brought the skin back to Jerusalem, and put it in the midst of the temple. Now at this time I, Solomon, was somewhat troubled, because I had a great stone made ready to be placed upon the corner of the temple, and none of my workmen and none of the demons were able to lift it and set it in its appointed place. But I was exceedingly desirous to put it there, because it was of such beauty and excellence. And on the morning after my servant was come back out of Arabia, I went down to the temple, thinking by what means I could lift the stone. And as I entered the temple, I saw the skin, and it rose up and hopped 7 paces, and fell on its face, and did obeisance to me. And I marveled, and bade it stand up, and it stood on its feet, puffed up with wind. Then I asked, Who are you? And a voice answered me from within the skin, I am Ephippus, who dwell in Arabia. And I said, What can you do? And it answered, I can overturn kings' palaces and wither the green trees of the wood, and I can move mountains. Then I said, Are you able to move this stone and lift it up and set it upon the corner of the temple? And it said, Not only can I do so, O king, but if I have the demon that is in the Red Sea to help me, I can bring up the great pillar that is there and set it in whatever place you command. So I said, Lift up the cornerstone. And the skin first of all became flattened, as if the wind was gone out of it, and slipped itself under the stone, and then it blew itself out again, so that the stone was lifted up upon its back, and it walked upon its stumps, bearing the stone to the ladder, and climbed up and set the stone safely in its place upon the corner of the temple, and I was greatly rejoiced, and all Jerusalem with me. After that I sent Ephippas to fetch to me the demon that is in the Red Sea, and commanded them to bring with them the great pillar. And after a while I saw the pillar being borne through the air, and was astonished at the strength of the two demons. And when I considered with myself how mighty they were, and how they could shake the whole world in a moment of time, I feared to let them go. I made therefore a circle about them in the air with my ring, and said, Stay there. And the demons stayed, holding the pillar sloping between heaven and earth, and there they are to this day. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
To blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
And when they were gone, I ordered Orneus be brought forward, and said to him, Tell me how you know this. And he answered, We demons ascend into the firmament of heaven, and fly about among the stars. And we hear the sentences which go forth upon the souls of men. And forthwith we come, and whether by force or of influence, or by fire, or by sword, or by some accident, we veil our act of destruction. And if a man does not die by some untimely disaster or by violence, then we demons transform ourselves in such a way as to appear to men and be worshipped in our human nature. I therefore, having heard this, glorified the Lord God, and again I questioned the demons, saying, Tell me how ye can ascend into heaven, being demons, and amidst the stars and holy angels intermingle. And he answered, Just as things are fulfilled in heaven, so also on earth are fulfilled the types of all of them. For there are principalities, authorities, world rulers, and we demons fly about in the air, and we hear the voices of the heavenly beings, and survey all the powers, and as having no ground basis on which to alight the rest, we lose strength and fall off like leaves from trees. And men, seeing us, imagine that the stars are falling from heaven. But it is not really so, O king, but we fall because of our weakness, and because we have nowhere anything to lay hold of, and so we fall down like lightnings in the depth of the night, and suddenly, and we set cities in flames and fires in the fields. For the stars have firm foundations in the heavens, like the sun and the moon. And I, Solomon, having heard this, ordered the demon to be guarded for 5 days. And after the 5 days I recalled the old man, and was about to question him, but he came to me in grief, and with a black face. And I said to him, Tell me, old man, where's thy son? And what means this garb? And he answered, Lo, I am become childless, and sit by my son's grave in despair. For it is already 2 days that he is dead. But I, Solomon, on hearing that, and knowing that the demon Orneus had told me the truth, glorified the God of Israel. And the queen of the south saw all this and marveled, glorifying the God of Israel. And she beheld the temple of the Lord being builded. And she gave a siklos of gold, and 100 myriads of silver, and a choice bronze. And she went into the temple, and she beheld. Sorry guys, I think that was like, I think this is a bad recording or something. The music, I don't know why the music's so loud. But yeah, I was trying to play, that was from the Testament of Solomon, and there's some crazy stuff in there. What appears to be great pillars flying through the sky at the end of the world. Weird, huh? You know, it's funny, if Fish is still here, here's another thing to consider. SpaceX, because Fish wrote, one of the last comments was, so God uses SpaceX to cast Satan from heaven. Well, it's actually, Satan's making an assault on heaven, or on men too. He's just making an assault on everybody. What he's trying to do is deceive mankind into going into the prison where he's in, or maybe not him himself, but where evil spirits are. Sheol, you know, the bottomless pit. And so he fools men into going into the bottomless pit. And then that's the end of the world, because the sky's going to roll up like a scroll, and God's wrath is not going to be pretty. What I'm saying is the stars will fall from the sky, and this world, the atmosphere as we know it, will change. The prophets saw this. They said that Enoch said that it was the sound from their wagons, the noise from their wagons that did it. It moved the foundations of the earth out of their place. So it's a good thing we have these prophets. Otherwise, you guys would probably have to listen to my ideas, and they're even worse. No, I'm just kidding. These aren't my ideas. They're not theories. They're not interpretations. You know, in Revelation 13, here's an example. Revelation 13, if anybody wants to understand what that second beast is, you just have to read it. And it's very clear what it is. If I told you that I saw a beast coming up out of the earth, and then I told you that I saw it making fire come down from heaven onto the earth. Okay, so it came up out of the earth, and then it made fire come back down from heaven onto the earth. Where did this beast go? Well, it said he came up out of the earth. Well, if we keep the context of what John is saying he's seeing, he saw it go up out of the earth, but then he saw it come back down, making fire come back down. And that was actually a miracle, a satanic miracle, being performed to deceive the world, and the world was buying it. So, let me see if I can, maybe we'll just have, well, no, that Dr. Gene Kim, if you know him, he's pretty cool. That guy is I'll use the word woke. That guy is, he hears, he hears the Holy Spirit the same way I do or something. Let's do this. Let's listen to Dr. Gene Kim talk about this same dragon and all of this. Where'd it go?
Now, who's the one that inhabits the stars and up there in the universe, that space? It's the devil. And one character that really piqued my interest during the year 2021 is Elon Musk.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization out there, and ultimately be out there among the stars.
I could tell that there's something about this guy that would play a very pivotal role for the year 2021. All right, why would he be an interesting character to pay attention to, Pastor? Because he can change our world. He can literally change our world.
Life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
where technology and civilization will not be the same. And 2021 could be the year where it's starting, the whole change of our civilization.
Okay, I got a comment on that's a good fish brought up something good. J Law, thank you for hanging out. So Fish says, hasn't Satan been on earth for millennia? Christ spoke to him in the desert, right? Well, yes. He was tempted. They went up on a high mountain, and mountains and deserts. Where was that desert? Or was it a wilderness? There's a place in the spirit that's a desert, and it's a wilderness, and it's a waste and horrible place. It's an abyss, or it's actually it's like the side of the abyss is open to it, like it's open to the abyss. I don't think it's necessarily the abyss, but the desert, and in that abysses there was 7 mountains too. This is something that Enoch has revealed to me anyway. Enoch went to a place, and it was where he saw those 7 stars, and it was a waste and horrible place. John went there in Revelation 17. The angel took him away in the spirit, and he saw Babylon and the beast, and that was in the spirit. And then another important part of Babylon is that it's very specific what Babylon is. An angel came down in Revelation 18 and lightened the earth or something, illuminated the earth, and said, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every false spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. It's a prison. Babylon the Great is a prison where evil spirits are bound. Babylon the Great is outer darkness. It is the place where SpaceX goes. It's the place where NASA goes. It certainly is not heaven. It's in the heavens. It's in the celestial realm, the spiritual realm. It's the sides of the pit. Let's analyze it with science. I have to do this. I have to say this. NASA is going to actually tell us that it's a bottomless pit. It's a never-ending abyss without a bottom. Because every time they've ever gone there with their astronauts, continuous, perpetual falling. Free falling. So it's bottomless, according to science. It's bottomless, according to the astronauts. They call it an abyss all the time. They call it a bottomless pit all the time, of darkness, the deepest black you've ever seen, the darkest dark. One astronaut calls it death, that the Earth is surrounded by death. Another astronaut says that it's not the darkest place because there's still some light there. What else? Oh, the smell. The smell there. When they go out and do a spacewalk, and then when they come back into the space station, there's a smell that comes off of the spacesuit or whatever. And it smells like hamburger. It smells like burnt cookies. You know what one astronaut, Chris Hadfield, said? He said it smells like brimstone, like a witch like a witch was there. Brimstone. Brimstone. The astronauts say it smells like brimstone. The ones that go there say it smells like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. Like, how many different prophets can we have that tell us that there's this evilness in the firmament? Let me grab a video that I want to play. I want to interrupt Dr. Gene Kim. Sorry. I want to play a video. Like, excuse me. If this is not an important thing, then why do the prophets all talk about it? I'm trying to grab something off my computer. Wrong folder. Whoa, what? Oh, there we are. Okay, there is, let's see. I'm just still looking for something, sorry. In the firmament, let's listen to this. This is from the vision of St. Paul, the apostle. Paul the apostle that I was talking about earlier that was converted by Jesus himself in the moment of time. And then he served the Lord, preached the gospel the rest of his life. Well, as the story goes in this book was found in the foundation or beneath the foundation of the house that Paul lived in. And I guess his shoes were found with it or something that he preached the gospel in. That's what it says in this book. And so that's how we found this book, I guess. Is that someone that was living in that house later on said that an angel came to them in a dream or in their sleep or whatever and said that they must dig up the foundation of the house and that there's something there and they must publish it. And so they thought it was a dream. And the angel tried a second time, I guess, and they still thought it was a dream. Third time, I guess the angel got physical with this person that was living in the house, said, dig it up now. Made him do it. And when he dug it up, he found this marble box or something. It was like a sealed box, and it had this book in it. It had these that Paul had written. I don't know if that's true, but after reading the book, I'm pretty sure it's true. Okay? That's my take on it. But let's listen to what Paul said about when he was up there, when he was taken up there into the third heaven. Or at least he said someone that he knew was, but I think he was talking about himself. Listen to what Paul says about what's going on in the firmament, because Paul asked the angel, and the angel explained it, and it's pretty crazy. And the angel answered and said unto me, follow me, and I will show you the place of the just, where they are led when they are deceased. And after these things, taking thee into the abyss, I will show thee the souls of sinners, and what sort of place they are led into when they have deceased. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power, and there was their oblivion, which deceives, and draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices. These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again I looked back, and I saw angels without mercy, having no pity, whose countenance was full of madness, and their teeth sticking out beyond the mouth. Their eyes shone like the morning star of the east, and from the hairs of their heads sparks of fire went out, or from their mouth. And I asked the angel, saying, Sir, who are those? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are those who are destined to the souls of the impious in the hour of need, who did not believe that they had the Lord for their helper, nor hoped in him. And he took me down from the third heaven, and led me into the second heaven. And again he led me on to the firmament, and from the firmament he led me over the doors of heaven. The beginning of its foundation was on a river which waters all the earth. And I asked the angel and said, Lord, "What is this river of water?" And he said to me, "This is Oceanus." And suddenly I went out of heaven, and I understood that it is the light of heaven which lightens all the earth. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, "Lord, what is this place?" And he said to me, "This is the land of promise." Okay, we'll come back to the land of promise. Excuse me. Losing my voice. Okay, I'm going to come back, I guess. I'm going to read Luke 4. That's what we're talking about, the wilderness and stuff in the chat. So I'll read that in a minute. "Hast thou never heard what is written? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The souls, therefore, of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. And I said to the angel, Then this land will be manifested before the time? And the angel answered and said to me, When Christ, whom thou preachest, shall come to reign, then, by the sentence of God, the first earth will be dissolved, and this land of promise will then be revealed. And it will be like dew or cloud, and then the Lord Jesus Christ, the King eternal, will be manifested and will come with all his saints to dwell in it. And he will reign over them 1,000 years, and they will eat of the good things which I shall now show unto thee. Okay, I'm back with a voice. I had to get some candy to suck on here. Fish, I just want to make sure that we're not like overly questioning things. Like, what I mean is saying that Jesus didn't literally go into the wilderness. Well, if the Bible said that he did, why would you say that he didn't? That it wasn't literal or something? But Genesis has to be literal. Genesis is a story of creation, a simple story. I mean, we can get into the details, of course, because it lays them out. Each day it tells us what he made. But we don't have to do that to believe what it says in Genesis. We just have to know that, first of all, he spoke it. He declared it. And, well, let's just look at Luke here. And Jesus, being full of the Holy Ghost, returned from Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, being 40 days tempted of the devil. And in those days he did eat nothing, and when they were ended, he afterward hungered. And the devil said unto him, If thou be the Son of God, command this stone that it be made bread. And Jesus answered him, saying, It is written, that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of God. And the devil, taking him up into an high mountain, showed unto him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. So all at once, I just want to talk about that. All at once he showed him every kingdom, or what did it say? All the kingdoms of the world. So a lot of people like to use that kind of like for a flat earth, proof or whatever, some evidence for a flat earth in the Bible. I can understand that, but at the same time, my understanding of where he went up into the place that we would call space. Because, and I'll tell you why I have that understanding. It was because Enoch, when he went 2 times, Enoch called those 7 planets, he called them great mountains and burning with fire. And John, in Revelation 8, verse 8, uses the exact same phrase, talking about something being cast into the sea, a great mountain burning with fire being cast into the sea. And then a star, too, then like the next verse. But what I'm saying is that mountains, there's a place with 7 mountains, right? In Revelation, there's a place with 7 mountains. And I learned a lot from that because it said the eighth one, even he is the eighth and is of the seven. The beast in Revelation is of 7 mountains. Think about that. He's the eighth one. So if mountains are stars, like what we call planets, wandering stars, if that's what mountains are, then what's the eighth mountain? Because when Enoch went there was only 7. And when John went in Revelation 17, and this is how I know it's the same place, because John went into the Spirit to the wilderness. That's just what it said right here. The Holy Ghost, or being filled with the Holy Ghost, returned from Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness. You know, I can't say I guarantee you this means this, but to me that just means he was taken into a different realm. I don't know what you'd call it, the sides of the pit, the firmament. I know people think I'm crazy right now because I'm saying that the sides of the pit are in the firmament. It's not just me saying that. You just heard that from the vision of St. Paul. What did he say? He looked back on the firmament and saw power what did he say? Oblivion that draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of insolence and the spirit of... Let's listen to that again. When he looked back on the firmament, into the abyss, I will show thee the souls of sinners, and what sort of place they are led into when they have deceased. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power, and there was their oblivion, which deceives, and draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices. These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again Okay, so there was the princes of vices. Those are fallen angels. These are evil spirits up in the sky. So let me go back a little bit to get the planets up on the... Okay, see those 7... Sorry. See those 7 planets? They're all named after false gods. Jude talked about wandering stars being bound until judgment, or reserved until judgment in the blackness of darkness. Okay, now the flames, I added those. That's like my own CGI thing. But here's what the point is. Let me find the video. There was 7 mountains, and when John went to this wilderness, he saw that there was those 7, but then he saw an 8th one, and he marveled at it with great admiration. Let me show you what I mean. I just have to grab a video, sorry. I'm always grabbing videos, but hopefully it's worth it at least. Where is this video? Give me a moment, please. Here it is. This isn't really like a theory. This is just something that I think is going on quite clearly. And then after this, we're going to go back to Dr. Gene Kim. And then I have a playlist that I'm going to just play, I think. And I'll probably go to my laptop and just be in the chat while we watch videos. Here we go. Let's see.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black. Almost so deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
Wandering stars, and who has reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman, and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is. And the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. Even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition.
So there's that kind of idea. It says, they that dwell on the earth shall wonder when they behold the beast. It said if their names aren't written in the Lamb's Book of Life. When they see it, they're going to marvel and wonder at it. Just like John did, and the angel kind of told him not to. It's like, why are you marveling? I'll tell you the mystery of this, okay? So, what do we want? This is what we want. Do we want Dr. Gene Kim? Or do we want... Yeah, we want Dr. Gene Kim. I gotta find Dr. Gene Kim. I don't know where he went. I like this pastor, what he says. I'm just gonna start this over, because we only got a little ways into it, so here we go.
Now, who's the one that inhabits the stars and up there in the universe, that space? It's the devil. And one character that really piqued my interest during the year 2021 is Elon Musk.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization out there, and ultimately be out there among the stars.
I could tell that there's something about this guy that would play a very pivotal role for the year 2021. All right, why would he be an interesting character to pay attention to, Pastor? Because he can change our world. He can literally change our world.
Life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
Where technology and civilization will not be the same. And 2021 could be the year where it's starting, the whole change of our civilization. Instead of the internet going through landlines, electricity, or on the Earth, Elon Musk already had like tons of satellites up in the air already. For some of you who didn't know, he already got the permission from the government, and lots of them already up in the air. And if all of them are up in the air around the world, if you hook up your internet to that, then guess what? It'll be much, much more fast. Satellites. Now, who's the one that inhabits the stars and up there in the universe, that space? It's the devil. It's Satan. And he will have a play during the timeline of the tribulation. He's going to have war. There's going to be Star Wars up there. Revelation chapter 12. We're going to see verse 7. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. And the dragon fought and his angels. and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth. And his angels were cast out with him. Notice that at verse 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven. So Satan and his fallen beings inhabit up there in outer space. But remember, the Bible says he's the prince of the power of the air. Now, these satellites, I mean, if they're all the way up there at outer space, could the devil have a play in that one? Well, they mentioned about one time where they launched a thing called Dragon.
And liftoff.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth.
Liftoff of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
And he had 2 horns like a lamb. And he spake as a dragon.
Launching Dragon.
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 The dragon.
Dragon.
The dragon.
Dragon.
The dragon.
To the International Space Station.
And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
Dragon blasted to space.
The dragon.
Dragon is expected to stay attached to the space station until October 28th.
And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast.
Dragon is currently the only craft capable of returning a significant amount of supplies from the station.
Which is very interesting. That name, Dragon. And Satan is right up there at the stars, and then now people are launching a thing called Dragon, and Elon Musk is launching all these satellites up there. Could there be a connection maybe? Well, with this next prediction, it's probably true. The next thing, the third thing, is that he's actually, believe it or not, he's trying to hit for the moon now. They're gonna try to land on the moon again, or so they say, right? So depending upon, whether you believe that we really landed on the moon or not, but the point is that is the next prediction, is that they're going to hit the moon. And then once they hit the moon, remember the scientists, Stephen Hawking and all these guys, they were mentioning, look, our planet is dying, and they all know that too. So then they said the only way that mankind can survive as a species is that we colonize up there at a different part of the universe. So then Elon Musk is, I don't know if you knew this, but he has these rockets under the government's permission already. So then he's getting ready, from what I've read from some sources, is that he's getting ready to launch one perhaps around October of 2021. So then they're going to try to reach to the moon, and once they do that, then he can have his dream and vision fulfilled.
Thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Be out there among the stars.
Among the stars.
Be out there among the stars.
And though thou set thy nest among the stars.
This is hopefully the first step on a journey towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon, and expanding beyond Earth. And
among the stars.
Be out there among the stars. Life becoming multiplanetary.
Musk is a very visionary man. That's why he was able to make big waves with technology. This is a mentality that is Satan's, actually. When mankind tries to reach up to the heavens, this is something that is of the devil. Now you might say, what's wrong with that? Shouldn't we go up there and be safe and colonize outer space? Well, you got to realize this: mankind in his own efforts, that is wicked to the Lord. That is wicked to the Lord, because that's something that Satan wanted, and God doesn't give mankind that. Go to Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. So notice that Satan, he intends to go up above the stars, up there. But what happens? At verse 12, the Bible says he's fallen down, cut down to the ground. Revelation 12, that prophecy is fulfilled. He goes down to the ground. Look at how God thinks about mankind trying to go up to heaven. Go to Genesis 10. Genesis chapter 11. Genesis chapter 11. Look, God is not for this. Mankind trying to go up to heaven. God is not for that. You might think there's nothing wrong with that, but here's the key. The reason why God views it as wrong is because, see, mankind is relying on his own ability to do the feats of God. So because of that, God doesn't allow them to go up there. Plus, there's something up there. There's something up there. A lot of people who dig into conspiracies and stuff like that, they have some of these theories and they're saying that the government's trying to restrict people from going up there and etc. But I do know this, is that there is something up there that God does not want people to have access to. But there is something that Satan wants mankind to try to get access to up there. Look at Genesis chapter 11 and verse 4. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make a name, see that? Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. That's why God scattered them. Why? When mankind unites, they become a civilization, they increase their technology, and the unity becomes stronger, and then they try to play God. That's why technology, the Lord, we were able to use it to glorify the Lord, to reach many souls out there. But you got to realize that the origins of technology, it's actually bad. It's actually bad because that's something where it unites mankind even more together. And then mankind and humanism and civilization increases into what? What God always prevented throughout history. A Genesis 6 civilization. They built those pyramids. Why? Because there's that seeking up to go up to heaven. Look at Genesis chapter 11. What did God do? He says, verse 7, go to, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. All right, going back to Revelation chapter 12, then the question is this, can mankind attain it? So this is what I believe. At chapter 12, verse 9, Satan and his fallen angels cannot have access to outer space. That's important. But what if Elon Musk accomplishes it? And then, God forbid, as time passes by, there are human beings and people who reside over there and then start to make a colony. Well, that brings up something very interesting then. If that's the case, then the interesting thing is, if the people are colonizing in outer space
towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon and expanding beyond Earth and
among the stars,
out there among the stars, life becoming multiplanetary.
And remember, during Revelation chapter 12, tribulation is already underway, right? Tribulation is already underway. So you got some time where people are residing there, tribulation's already underway, and not only that, Satan and his fallen angels are residing in space that time. Then Genesis 6 could be much faster than you think. They could be what? Mingling with the seed of man up in space. And then they can have their warfare against what? Michael and his archangels. We built a civilization. We built power. Now let's try to fight God up in heaven. But then what does God do? He casts them down. So Elon Musk's dream with all of his billions comes to nothing. To nothing. To nothing. To nothing. He comes from above too. And that's why, go back to Revelation 12 again. Revelation 12. That's why he's swimming out there in outer space. Oh, there's where you get your men from Mars. That's where you get those aliens flying in those saucers. That's your adversary. That's Satan, because go to Isaiah chapter 27 verse 1. In that day the Lord with the sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan. Well, that's clearly the devil. The Lord's punishing the creature here. Leviathan, the piercing serpent. There's your reptile. Even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea.
This is video of SpaceX's Crew Dragon approaching the International Space Station. And the video is taken from the space station, and it is a time lapse. So that is the SpaceX Dragon that they're flying up there now. And that vehicle was designed for a program back in 2011 or something called Red Dragon. And here is some information about that. It was a mission to go to Mars that Elon Musk and SpaceX came up with, and NASA was involved in it too. But that was canceled or whatever, discontinued. And so now they fly it as a means to bring people and cargo to the space station.
Where is he swimming? That's the idea. Where is he swimming? He's swimming in the sea. There are several places we're going to look at. Go to Genesis 1. Alright, there are two places that your enemy is actually swimming. He's actually swimming above, and he's actually swimming below. Let's cover Genesis chapter 1. Notice what God did with the sea. The Bible says in Genesis chapter 1, and then we'll read verse 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Okay, so this firmament is somehow this middle thing, okay, whatever it is. Let's call this firmament for now. We don't know what it is, but all we know, it's something that's called a firmament that's in between. In the midst of the what? Waters. So in other words, this firmament has to divide waters from above to below. Now, is that true? Yes, it is above and it is below, because keep reading that passage, it shows there, let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and God divided the waters which were under the firmament, right? And from the waters which were above the firmament. So let's say this is firmament, water below, water above. What's the water below? The water below is currently your ocean today. Look at verse 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he what? Seas. But look at verse 9. God said, let the waters what? Under the heaven. Firmament is called heaven. Look at verse 8. And God called the firmament heaven. Alright, so we see here, wait, we could probably guess then. Oh, so then the firmament right here would be where people talk about those aliens flying and those UFO. And then the gods come down from above out in outer space, and etc. and etc. Let's see here. 14. God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. Look at verse 16. God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven. Look at that. So that clarifies it then. That's confirmed. So we are right that this is the firmament, that this is heaven right here, where the stars, sun, and moon would be. And then the Bible says the waters under heaven at Genesis 1, God called it seas. So then we can obviously sea, that this is referring to our current sea today. But there's another sea that's above, and that has to be above the universe. Is that true? Yeah, go to Revelation 5. It's called Sea of Glass. That's the floor of heaven. If that's the floor of the top heaven where God is at, then it shows here that, then it would make sense. This would be the roof. This would be above the universe. It's right in between the universe and where God resides. So let's look at Revelation chapter 4, and then the Bible says at chapter 4 and verse 3, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. And then you'll notice at verse 6, and before the throne, see, that's where God resides, in the throne, there was a sea of glass like unto crystal. So notice sea of glass. So another sea. God called it the one below sea. Right here above is sea, but it's not liquid. It's not pure liquid form. It's a sea of glass. So we understand that Satan, this is his dominion. Amos 9. So then several places that Satan will come out of is he can come from below. Look at Amos chapter 9. He can come out of this sea here. He can come out of this sea. Look at verse 2. Verse 2. Though they dig into hell, then shall mine hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence will I bring them down. Notice God was talking about heaven above and what? Hell beneath. You notice that? All right, he called this hell beneath. If this is hell beneath, then notice what God worded. Up heaven, down hell. And notice the up and down again. Verse 3, and though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, I will search and take them out from thence, and though they be hid from my sight in the what?
Bottom of the sea.
Bottom of the sea. What's below the sea?
Hell.
Hell. That's pretty obvious. If you go lower and lower, the lowest part would be actually bottom of the sea. That's the closest you can get to hell. A region that's closest to hell is bottom of the sea. Out of everything that you go throughout the earth. So the bottom of the sea, would Satan be there? Read the next part. Thence will I what? Command the serpent, and he shall bite them. He comes from above too. And that's why, go back to Revelation 12 again. Revelation 12. That's why he's swimming out there in outer space. Oh, there's where you get your men from Mars. That's where you get those aliens flying in those saucers. That's your adversary. Look at Revelation chapter 12. Notice at verse 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns. So that's Satan, we know that. But look where he's swimming, verse 4. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven. See that? He's right there. I told you so. And they cast them to the earth. So that's where you get your alien activity from. That's where you get that strange stuff where people are scared, not just below, but from above. Here's something interesting. If you look at below as you go through the sea, it gets darker and darker.
Right.
All right, and then if you go up there throughout outer space, you go to something that's darker and darker too. Why? Because Satan is known as the Prince of Darkness.
In Revelation, he had a kingdom of darkness. What is space? If you're playing Jeopardy. So, or maybe that's not the right. So, awesome chat in the chat about dreams. So while we were playing that, I set something up. We're going to watch a video on my channel of a dream that I had. I had it in 2018. But I don't have the right format of the video, so I have to just play it and then get you guys to the desktop and we can watch it on the desktop together. And I'll go full screen, I guess. But I'm pausing it really quick. Oh, there's an ad. So that's something that I should report about YouTube. I'm not complaining about it, but they put ads. Okay. They put ads. Whoops. It's supposed to stay paused. Okay. Sorry, guys. On my videos that are purely my content. But I'm like, whatever. I can't do anything about it. So if you see ads, I don't even monetize. So I don't know what the deal, why they would put ads on there. I can understand they put ads on if I use someone's music or something like that, but this is copyright-free YouTube audio that I'm using on my videos. I mean, there's some of my older videos have other music, but for the last couple years, probably it's been pretty copyright-free. Like, you could mirror it on your channel and nothing would happen. But I do get copyright claims on some stuff. That's all boring. Let me bring you to the desktop. Alright, let me go full screen. And this, I did it with a voice to, or text to voice machine. Because I just didn't want to, it worked better that way. So here we go. It's only, I guess it's 6 minutes. And maybe we'll, yeah. Let's check it out.
I had a dream in 2018 that to me is really amazing and I wanted to tell you about it. I was sleeping in my bed at night and had a dream, but it seemed very real to me. There is a part of me that believes that it was a dream, but that it took place in a real place. Here is where it started. I was driving a station wagon up the side of this mountain, and the traffic was heavy with big dump trucks going way too fast and passing me and almost knocking me off of the steep skinny road, and there were people with me in the car, but I didn't see any of them. I just knew they were riding with me, and we got to a city at the top of the mountain, and we were above the clouds. There was a pool of water that was about waist high, and off in the distance I could see and hear children playing in the water. Then I looked to my right, and there was a very tall man with his hand on my right shoulder, and I looked at him and he looked at me, but we didn't say anything and we walked through the pool together. He was showing me some things that I didn't understand, and still wonder about what a certain thing I saw was, a person I knew, and they were underwater, and it looked like the person was drowning, and I looked up at the man and he looked at me with a look of sadness or disappointment. I don't understand why he showed that to me. But another part of the dream is that a girl who was special to me was up there, and she was getting married to that tall man who walked with me in the pool, and they asked me to come to celebrate with them. And another part of the dream was in a room that was the ground floor of one of the buildings, with a stairway going up from the room I was in, and I had the clear idea in the dream that I was not allowed to go up the stairs because there was a hot tub up there that only adults were allowed to use, and I was a child in the dream. And then I realized that I was working on that building, and we were finishing the drywall in the room I was in, when a woman that looked to be about 50 years old or so came down the stairs, and she got our attention and told us to stop working so we could listen to her. I realized that those people who were riding with me in the car were doing drywall with me in that room, and she told us to stop and hear what she was going to say. She said, in this room, the walls must be perfect, because we study the Bible in this room, and then she repeated herself again. These walls have to be finished perfect. This is the room that we study the Bible in. So I said to her, we will get them perfect. And then I woke up. This dream is the only dream I have ever had where I went to a place and remember the place I went clearly, and can see in my mind the things I saw in the dream. It feels like I really went up to Mount Zion and walked with Jesus in a pool. I woke up in tears and it was very powerful and still is to me. If I was going to say something that I learned from this dream, there would probably be many things, but to me, it verifies something I have read about, and that Jesus claimed. In John 14:1-4, Jesus tells us about a place that we can inherit, and how to do it. he says this. Let not your heart be troubled, yea, believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions, if it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again, and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. I think Ezra saw the same place I went to in my dream. In 2 Esdras 3:42-48, I found something interesting. It says, I Esdras saw upon the Mount Zion a great people, whom I could not number, and they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marvelled at greatly. So I asked the angel, and said, Sir, what are these? He answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing, and put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of God, now are they crowned, and receive palms. Then said I unto the angel, What young person is it that crowneth them, and giveth them palms in their hands? So he answered and said unto me, It is the Son of God, whom they have confessed in the world. Then began I greatly to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord. Then the angel said unto me, Go thy way, and tell my people what manner of things, and how great wonders of the Lord thy God, thou hast seen. And then in chapter 13 of 2 Esdras, Ezra had a vision and asked the Lord to interpret it for him to understand it, and this is what the Lord said, Behold, the days come, when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth. And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. And the time...
Did you guys hear that? I just heard that. I made this video and I never heard that until right now. Hold on a minute. Let's go back just like 15 seconds. Listen to this with me again. Tell me if you hear something in here that stands out. Okay, right about there.
Against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. And the time shall be when these...
You know what? I didn't go back far enough. I didn't go back. Okay, just listen.
Then began I greatly to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord. Then the angel said unto me, Go thy way, and tell my people what manner of things, and how great wonders of the Lord thy God, thou hast seen. And then in chapter 13 of 2 Esdras, Ezra had a vision and asked the Lord to interpret it for him to understand it, and this is what the Lord said, Behold, the days come, when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth.
He shall... Did you hear that? He shall come... How? I just want you guys to hear it from him. This is crazy. I didn't catch this before.
Ezra had a vision and asked the Lord to interpret it for him to understand it, and this is what the Lord said, Behold, the days come, when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth.
He shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on earth. I hope Fish is still here. There was a person, Fish, if they're you know, they're having a problem with why does it matter? You know, and it's, I get it. But what about if it's prophesied in so many different ways that we didn't understand until it's happening? Like, if you're going to tell the future, like God does, and if you're going to send an angel to John and show him what must come to pass until the end or whatever, you're going to show him that. However you, like, whatever John sees, it has to be, if it's true, it's something that will naturally mold itself into society unnoticed as far as what the scriptures are concerned. When Jesus, hey, Fish, good, I'm glad you're here. But like when just for example, I'm using Revelation, John, gets this vision, and it's very detailed, and he's told to write it down. He's shown all these crazy things, and it's a very detailed book. and I think we all know that. But when it catches my attention is like, excuse me, is like in Revelation 13 when John saw a beast making fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And I just have to put this out there. That for 2,000 years, that's been written down. Like our grandparents and their grandparents and their grandparents, as far back as we could think of, those people read this. They read this. They said, okay, someday these things are going to happen. Well, when they happen, it'll be unnoticed until they're there. And I'm just saying naturally because, you know, if I was able to, or if God showed you a vision of something that's going to happen, it means that that's what happens. And I guess I'm having a hard time putting it to words. Okay, I'm getting off track. I'm just going to leave that alone. So it comes to the astonishment of the people that are on the earth. And I think that goes right along with it being the gospel of the kingdom. Something that a world that wasn't ready for that. We weren't ready to understand that either. We weren't ready to understand that even all of our grandparents and as far back as we could think, they were all actually looking out for a dragon too that was flying in the sky. They were all looking for that. They were looking for fire coming down from the sky. So like I'm sure when like bombs happen or something, or like attacks or what, who knows, people are like, that's the beast and stuff. Like destruction and all that, and thinking that things are happening, like violent things. Well, I think that's where I kind of started understanding some of this is in Revelation 13, because it just stood out to me. There's, I think I remember one time being in the dentist's office and they had the radio on or whatever, and I remember hearing that SpaceX had successfully landed their first orbital, after an orbital launch. So they had this booster called the Falcon 9, and they were trying to land it to be reusable, but it was not like their priority. Their priority was like their mission or whatever, like whatever satellites or whatever they were sending up. Yeah, Fish, that's exactly what I'm kind of questioning. What would he describe? Well, whatever John described seeing, we have to understand that whatever that was, that it's going to be something that kind of appears suddenly, because it's more of a situation that he's describing here. He's not just describing only like seeing weird things, like the idea of the dragon. The dragon's mentioned a bunch of times in Revelation 12 and 13, and it's always doing something up in the sky, or it's coming down to the earth. And we have to realize that John was just, we have that today. We have a dragon going up into the sky. We have, we see the booster making fire come back down, literal fire, thrust. Merlin engines. What are they called? Yeah, they're Merlin engines. There's 9 of them. And they literally use fire to slow the rocket down so it doesn't crash into the earth. And then what happens? Then the sound comes like a little bit later, and there's a sonic boom. From one realm into another. Out of one, up to heaven and then back into the earth. That's in the Bible in Revelation 13. Now, I don't know everything about it. I'm just saying that we have that today. I'm not saying that that's for sure it and it must be or something. All I'm saying is that we have these things today. If we look at we'll go back to finish this in a second. Sorry. I just had my Bible out. I was just looking. It's like there's so many things in there that I can say. I don't have to be able to say that's for sure what this is. And I can still say this. Look at, guys, this is, he could just be saying this very clearly, be saying this. Doesn't have to be, but if we look at it, we can probably, okay, let's check just the rest of this out. It's almost over.
And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen which I shewed thee before, and then shall my Son be declared, whom thou sawest as a man ascending. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle they have won against another. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them, willing to come, and to overcome him by fighting.
Okay, put your ears on spidey senses. Listen to what he says here is going to happen. I don't know if you heard all that, but listen to what he says is going to happen.
But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion. And Zion shall come, and shall be shewed to all men, being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands. And this my Son shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest. And shall lay before them their evil thoughts, and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented.
Okay, listen.
Which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor by the law which is like unto me. So thank you for listening, and know that there is something that I do know.
Okay, so basically, let me go back. I rather than play this video, I'm going to show you on the screen the scripture. How's that? That's just probably way better. We were already there, but there we go. I just want to show you this. There's one thing said in here that's really telling. Let's find it. Okay. So he's telling him the interpretation of the... Here it is. He answered me, I will tell you the interpretation of the dream. And it talks about, okay, where's Mount Zion, you know? That's the mountain that he carved out without hands. So what does that mean? It's not like physical or something. Without hands. He carved it without hands. So then it says in verse 29, look, the days are coming when the Most High will begin to rescue those who are on the earth. Those who live on the earth will go out of their minds. I think that's the line that was, he will come to the astonishment of those who dwell on the earth. I think that's this is just a maybe different version. But they'll go out of their minds. They will plan to wage war against each other, city against city. Okay, that's not where it is. Okay, here's where it is. So this innumerable mob will be gathered together, as you saw, waiting to come and fight against him. But he will take his stand on the summit of Mount Zion. This is up in the sky, you guys. This Mount Zion, that's up in the sky. And we know that because he was flying among the clouds of heaven. And actually, that's not the only reason why we know that, but because he actually carved it out, and Ezra couldn't tell what region it was carved out of. Look what it says here in verse 36. This is mind-blowing to me. Zion will come and will appear to all, built and ready, as you saw a mountain carved without hands. Let's go back. Maybe just get the other wording, whatever it was. Maybe it was here. We'll see.
To the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth. And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen which I shewed thee before, and
the signs which shall happen that I showed thee before. That was one other part, is that like the Revelation 12 sign that we saw a woman clothed with the sun. Up in the sky, we saw there was something in the stars that matched with Revelation, and it was a specific time. That's important. That was in 2017, right? September 23rd. That was a big day. I'm just saying that it was a big day. Google it, you'll find out. So the signs that he showed us before.
And then shall my Son be declared, whom thou sawest as a man ascending. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle they have one against another. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them, willing to come, and to overcome him by fighting. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion. And Zion shall come, and shall be shewed to all men.
Zion shall come and be showed to all men. And you know what's interesting about that? Is that in Revelation 14, John saw Jesus, the Lamb, up on Mount Zion. And he had people with him up there. But remember, it's different than a place. It's a place, but it's almost like where you believe, where you end up. Let me find what I'm talking about here really quick. Revelation 14. Listen to what John says that he sees. Oops. Okay. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders. Now listen to this part, you guys. And Fish, listen to this part. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders, and no man could learn that song, but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. These are they which are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the firstfruits unto God and to the Lamb. And let me talk about something. Okay, this is something that Jesus says in Revelation 2. Or I think, let's see. Yeah. Behold, I will cast her into a bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. He's talking about Jezebel, which calleth herself a prophetess to teach and seduce my servants. And then Babylon, committing fornication. This isn't talking about people that are virgin men, like they've never had sex. That's not what this is talking about. There's a gospel that's preached. Did you know that? An angel, I guess, preaches this gospel. Let's find it. Okay, so it says, verse 5 says, and in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel, to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people. Listen to this, though, because this, I think, is important, because like the world is in a apostate state. That's not a good combination of words to make any sense. Fallen away. A great falling away has already happened. And this gospel, like what I'm saying is it's like this is it. The desperation, like the last chance. This is what this seems to be saying to me. I don't know. Having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people. Sounds an awful lot like what Jesus said about the gospel of the kingdom, that it would be preached to all nations as a witness in all the world. Okay, so this angel is probably what Jesus was talking about. It says, it says, saying with a loud voice, so this is what the angel was, this is the gospel he was preaching. Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of waters. Okay, that's pretty simple, isn't it? Praise God, worship God, because he made all of this. He made heaven, he made all of this. Give him glory for it. Fear him. Fear God. That's all this is saying. Fear God. Give glory to him. For the hour of his judgment is come. A lot of people probably saying that, I think, on YouTube. His judgment is coming. So maybe the hour of his judgment has come. And there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city. Wow. That great city, because she made all nations drink the wine of the wrath of her fornication. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image. Remember, the beast is even he is the eighth and is of the seven. And he came up from the bottomless pit, from, NASA's, they just free fall. They're in a state of free fall, or essentially 0G. Don't be fooled by what they tell you from space. They don't have to be lying to be wrong. Space is a place of darkness. It is not. It's like the sides of the pit. If you go there, and here's how, like science would tell you this. You can send a rocket straight up in the air. It's just going to fall right back down. You have to move, I'll try to say the word right, tangential. I don't even know if that's the right word. You have to move sideways. Sideways is the best word to describe it. It really is. You have to move sideways at like Mach 25 in order for that place to exist. Because you can send a rocket up there, but it's just going to come back down. In order for anything to stay up there, it has to be moving at speeds that when it tries to come back into the earth, it just burns up. Almost as if there's a realm up there that's turning. And you have evil spirits in there drawing to themselves the hearts of men by making themselves look like real estate. So what do men do? They spend billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to go there. And then Apollo, that's in Revelation, Apollyon. I think Apollyon has he's got the kingdom of darkness. That's what space is. Don't be deceived by that stuff. I'm just saying all of this, why would I even talk about this or do a 5-hour live stream about it? But I haven't been on the whole time. Okay. So this video, I just wanted to show you guys that. And then I'll probably go back, because I could just shut off the stream, but since I have the live stream going. Whoops, I was going to the wrong place. Let's see. Let's just hear some astronauts talk about some stuff. Maybe even a little bit of music or something astronaut style.
The Crew Dragon. The Crew Dragon to get us from Earth to low Earth orbit. The Crew Dragon, the Falcon 9 rocket into space. Crew Dragon, Crew Dragon, Crew Dragon, now here on the International Space Station.
Orbiting laboratory. Work is being done up there.
The International Space Station is outside the Earth's atmosphere in space. Tricky spacewalk. Astronaut on the International Space Station to help keep the space station running. Maybe you're working on the toilet to understand dark matter to space. Thawing out, human cells to return that science to Earth's microgravity laboratory. It's like 6,000 square feet up here in the International Space Station. There's a lot of other people up here. We're going to be here for 6 months. We're in it for the long haul, which is also very exciting.
Spacewalks and using tools in space.
The Artemis program.
The Artemis program.
The Artemis program, and the work that we do right here on the International Space Station. Been an astronaut, oh gosh, I'm just not going to be any good at that. Space station, we're looking back billions of light years. It's kind of mind-boggling.
To the space station.
I experienced some nausea.
How is sleeping in space?
Because you're just floating. It's not used to just floating, and so it does feel a little weird.
Floating up in space.
Our planet is 2/3 covered in ocean. Of course, I love to look out the window at our beautiful planet. It's lovely to look out the window and watch the world go by. Well, it's got to be floating. Can just kind of perch up on the wall. I can just hop over to the side and just find a nice little perch to sit on board the space station.
What does it smell like in space?
So that's an interesting question. So it smells like people up here. It's not really fresh air. When people went out to do a spacewalk and then came back inside, I smelled the smell of cooking meat. It smelled like hamburger to me, which was so strange. And that smell is the smell that space smells like hamburger. It smelled like hamburger to me, which was so strange. We have so much fun up here. It's just a great time up here. I smelled the smell of cooking meat, and we're getting paid for it. 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 Maybe you're working on the toilet, and so it does feel a little weird. Oh gosh, I'm just not going to be any good at that. And we're getting paid for it. 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 I smelled the smell of cooking meat. It's kind of mind-boggling. And we're getting paid for it. Paid for it.
The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is.
Of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman
pomp is brought down to the grave.
Appointed times. And a man's heart
Sorry, I
was
was
given
trying
to
to
it.
find something.
We all fly on the Russian Soyuz rocket and Soyuz spacecraft.
And behold another beast, a second, like to a bear. And it raised up itself on one side,
We all fly on the Russian Soyuz rocket and Soyuz spacecraft.
like to a bear. And it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh.
Since the end of the shuttle program, the only ride of the station has been on the Russian Soyuz. But by working with SpaceX and Boeing, there's soon going to be a new fleet of spacecraft capable of bringing humans to low Earth orbit. And of course, all of this supports the mission of the International Space Station, humanity's premier laboratory in space, where we're pushing the boundaries in science and technology every single day.
After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes, like the eyes of man, and a mouth, speaking great things.
The bug for space really bit me when I came down to visit my grandpa down here in Houston. So I saw the big old Saturn V rocket sitting on its belly out there and just thought, man, if humanity can do something this amazing, this awesome, I want to be a part of it. And I just fell more in love with the idea of space and being a part of something bigger than myself. The thought of actually getting to space, I couldn't wrap my head around that. You walk up to this rocket that's covered in frost from the cold fuel inside, and it's creaking and groaning and kind of alive, and you're like, well, that's pretty cool, but they're probably going to cancel. It's just not going to happen. You know, I've done so many sims, and it just can't be real. There's no way I'm going to go to space. But then when no kidding, it lights off and you feel the rumble, and then you start to move, and that kind of just constant smooth acceleration, pulling you back in the seat. Everything comes to life on the panels. You see all of the things that you've seen 100 times in Sims. In one instant, all of that I felt was unimaginable became real. And it was a magical thing I'll just never forget. You know, we're scientists and engineers and pilots and doctors. We're not poets, but we sure try to be, because you want to share as best you can the experience that you've seen and felt. I think I told my wife once I got on board that I thought it was
It's a burrito of awesomeness smothered in awesome sauce, baby. It's so beautiful.
It was just the beauty of being there yourself with your own eyes and seeing it. One thing that I would love to do while on orbit was, there was a window in one of the Russian modules that looked kind of out the back of the station. And I'd go sit there. I'd turn off everything, and you could get it really dark in there, let my eyes adjust, and just look out at the stars. And the stars, you know, the longer you sit, the more you see, and it becomes unbelievable. The number, the just billions of stars, the Magellanic Clouds, the galaxies that you can see with your naked eye. And they don't twinkle. They just stare at you. They dare you to come and to explore. It lights a fire inside your soul that is unlike anything I ever experienced before or since. And it's why you see astronauts, you know, they say 560, 580, I don't know how many people have gone to space. They're all the same. They all have that bug. And they all want to do everything in their power after experiencing that to make sure that humanity reaches its potential, that we get there, that we don't just see the stars, that we explore them, that we live there, that we grow into what we can be. And you're reminded of the incredible potential that we have as humans when we put everything else aside and just work together. And you feel a part of that, looking out the cupola and just being a part of thousands of people from across this globe that have put together this just palace in the sky for us to discover and learn and grow. It showed me the potential of what humanity can be when you work together as one team. It inspired me to do everything I can in my power for the rest of my life to enable humanity to evolve, to get there, to those stars that were staring straight in my face and daring us to come get them. That is something that you can never quench. It's been a couple years since I flew, and that fire still burns just as strong today as it will when I die.
Subscribe for more space.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt.
So deep it almost has a texture when you look at it. The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black, almost...
Even darkness which may be felt.
So deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
And darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Wandering stars.
Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame. Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment, and spared not the old world, but saved Noah, the 8th person, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood upon the world of the ungodly, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an ensample unto those that after should live ungodly. And these are wells without water, clouds that are carried with a tempest, to whom the mist of darkness is reserved forever.
When you come in from a spacewalk, you're surrounded by the emptiness of space. It's sort of like the opposite of air. There's nothing there at all. When you quickly repressurize the hatch and you open up the hatch and you smell, what is that lingering smell from a place that used to be exposed to space? The smell in there is a little bit like that trace of a smell of gunpowder or burnt steak, or sort of like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. It's a cool, lingering trace of a smell. I think what it really is, brimstone, like sort of that metallic gunpowder-fired smell, that a witch has just been there. In truth, it smells a little bit like a witch has just been there. It smells a little bit like a burnt steak. Brimstone. It smells a little bit like a burnt steak. Brimstone, like a witch has just been there. A witch has just been there. It's a witch has just been there. It's a witch has just been there.
Brimstone.
That's true.
Go forth and descend through all the heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, and that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend. Heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, and that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend. Heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, and that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend. And we ascended to the firmament, I and he, and there I saw Samael and his hosts, and there was great fighting therein, and the angels of Satan were envying one another. And we ascended to the firmament, I and he, and there I saw Samael and his hosts, and there was great fighting therein, and the angels of Satan were envying one another.
For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment, not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment.
And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains unto darkness, unto the judgment of the great day. He hath reserved in everlasting chains. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains unto darkness, unto the judgment of the great day.
But cast them down to hell.
Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame. Wandering stars, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. And the blackness of darkness forever. Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
And the entire law of the stars will be closed to the sinners, and the thoughts of those who dwell upon the earth will go astray over them, and they will turn from all their ways and will go astray, and will think them gods.
Wandering stars,
And I saw a burning fire in what was in all the mountains, and I saw a place there beyond the great earth. There the waters gathered together. And I saw a deep chasm of the earth with pillars of heavenly fire, and I saw among them fiery pillars of heaven, which were falling, and as regards both height and depth they were immeasurable.
But cast them down to hell.
And beyond this chasm I saw a place, and it had neither the sky above it, nor the foundation of earth below it. There was no water on it, and no birds, but it was a desert place. And a terrible thing I saw there, 7 stars like great burning mountains,
wandering stars.
And like a spirit questioning me, the angel said, "This is the place of the end of heaven and earth. This is the prison for the stars of heaven and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire, these are the ones which transgress the command of the Lord,
wandering stars,
from the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out at their proper times. And he was angry with them, and bound them until the time of the consummation of their sin, in the year of mystery." And Uriel said to me, "The spirits of the angels who were promiscuous with women will stand here."
Blackness of darkness.
And they, assuming many forms,
wandering stars,
made men unclean, and will lead men astray, so that they sacrifice to demons as gods.
Wandering stars.
And they will stand there until the great judgment, on which they will be judged, so that an end will be made of them.
Whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. The blackness of darkness forever. Well, I believe he's clearly talking about hell. Because in the Bible, there's a place where there's darkness forever. And it's called hell and the lake of fire.
And realize that we're on this very special place, and this precious island in this abyss of darkness, 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 in this abyss of darkness.
Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Now,
3, 2, 1, 0, and ignition and liftoff of the Atlas V with the Solar Dynamics Observatory.
I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb.
Liftoff of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, launching Dragon to the International Space Station.
And he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them that dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
And stage 1 entry burn is underway. It's a burn of about 10 seconds.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
So that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
Falcon 9 first stage headed back toward Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, where it launched 6 minutes, 37 seconds ago.
Stage 2 performance nominal.
And he doeth great wonders, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. And the Lord God of the holy prophets sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done.
Those precious young people.
Back at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station.
LZ1, the F9 has landed. Landing operators proceed.
For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. And after these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. Hell from beneath is moved for thee, to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. And I, John, saw these things and heard them. And when I had heard and seen, I fell down to worship before the feet of the angel which showed me these things. Then saith he unto me, See thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant, and of thy brethren the prophets, and of them which keep the sayings of this book. When he he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus which is taken up from you into heaven shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up, rise up, rise up. Who is able to make war with him?
The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons.
Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved, that it be not moved.
The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons.
Who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever, that it should not be removed forever.
Getting deep into the actual movement of the earth.
The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved.
Movement of the earth as it related to the stars and to the sun. There's an odd thing that takes place on this earth. You know that one spin of the earth is 24 hours, okay? That's one day.
In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof.
If it spun on a perfect vertical axis, then nothing would change as far as the relationship of the stars to the earth, but it doesn't. It wobbles.
For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them.
And it takes it 25,000 and something years to make one wobble. It takes it one day to make one turn. The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons. Now this wobble is what we call the precession of the equinoxes. No man's lived long enough to observe this. No man's lived long enough to observe this. The stars change position in the heavens ever so slowly.
Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved.
And what we have here is that the earth is turning back against the stars, but it's spinning in the other direction for the day. So it's spinning in 2 different directions. All right, and it's not spinning in 2 different directions. It's spinning in one direction, but as it spins, it wobbles.
The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved.
The North Star has changed over time, and it has changed down through time because of the wobbling of the earth.
That it should not be removed forever.
When you take a position where you absolutely and dogmatically state, well, if you don't believe this, you're not a believer. Yes, I am a believer.
If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things?
The earth is spinning.
The world also is established, that it cannot be moved.
And it offends me to my soul for somebody to tell me, because I don't believe in a flat earth, that I'm not a believer.
But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come. I want to say that one more time. You are welcome to come to Temple Baptist Church if you believe in a flat earth. Just don't try to evangelize people.
But take heed to yourselves, for they shall deliver you up to councils, and in the synagogues ye shall be beaten, and ye shall be brought before rulers and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them.
But I'll tell you right now, folks, if you believe in a flat earth, these people out here are laughing their head off at you.
If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you.
They are laughing their head off at you.
And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
It shouldn't have to happen. A Johnny-come-lately trumped up something that came out of the cracks, and all of a sudden it's the rage.
If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you.
And everybody's jumping on board of the flat earth thing.
And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake.
The one thing that absolutely convinces me is this Christian astronaut who spent over a year up there, and all the photographs and all the videos that he made. Is this man a liar? And he's not the only one.
And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven.
With a sphere, a globe, whatever you want to believe, that's up to you.
And the gospel must first be published among all nations. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, we speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen, and ye receive not our witness.
Okay, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, that bugs me when it does that. I don't know why it does that. Because I feel like I can't leave it alone. Like, if I have to go take care of some things, you know what I mean? Because I want to just... Because I have so many videos. I just want to leave them playing for a while, you know? See what happens.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
When we could resume the dream of Apollo. The goal of SpaceX really was to make as much progress as possible to advance rocket technology to the point where hopefully we can establish a colony on Mars. Dream of Apollo.
And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon.
Apollo.
Apollyon.
Apollo.
Apollyon.
And we could resume the dream of Apollo.
The angel of the bottomless pit.
Apollo.
NASA is now embarking on a bold new program called Artemis. Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo,
which is the angel of the bottomless pit,
and the goddess of the moon in Greek mythology.
50 years ago, we went to the moon. We called it Apollo.
What many people don't know is that Apollo had a twin.
She was a woman named Artemis, goddess of the moon.
It is the stated policy of this administration and the United States of America to return American astronauts to the moon within the next 5 years.
Our agency, NASA, is going to do everything in its power to meet that vision.
We're proud of what we do here, so come join NASA as we go forward to the moon and on to Mars.
I get that a lot. NASA live. We don't live on a spinning ball. Earth is flat.
Behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had two horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his two horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him. There was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up four notable ones toward the four winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven.
And he cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered.
So how does it feel to ride in a dragon on top of the beast named Falcon 9?
Yeah, wow. I tell you, I don't know if there's words really to properly describe what that felt like. You talk about sitting on a dragon on top of the beast, and it definitely was. You knew you were going somewhere. And this one was a little bit longer, so we actually had to live in dragon for quite a while.
Ride in a dragon on top of the beast named Falcon 9.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon.
Sitting on a dragon on top of the beast. Yeah, wow.
Stage 1 entry startup.
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And he doeth
Stage
great
1 is
wonders,
transonic.
so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. Fire come down from heaven on the earth.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Fire come down from heaven on the earth. Fire come down from heaven on the earth.
Falcon 9 has landed.
Sitting on a dragon on top of the beast.
It's a bottomless pit.
In this abyss of darkness.
I really believe in the space frontier of the abyss, so to speak.
A good abyss. A good abyss.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon. Having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. Having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty, but they made the images of their abominations. But they made the images of their abominations and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil. And they shall pollute it, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. The end is come upon the 4 corners of the land. Now is the end come upon thee. And I will send mine anger upon thee, and will judge thee according to thy ways, and will recompense upon thee all thine abominations. And mine eye shall not spare thee, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense thy ways upon thee, and thine abomination shall be in the midst of thee. And ye shall know that I am the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God, an evil, and only evil, behold, is come. An end is come, the end is come. It watcheth for thee. Behold, it is come. The morning is come unto thee, O thou that dwellest in the land. The time is come, the day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Now will I shortly pour out my fury upon thee, and accomplish mine anger upon thee. And I will judge thee according to thy ways, and will recompense thee for all thine abominations. And mine eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity. I will recompense thee according to thy ways and thine abominations that are in the midst of thee.
And to continue the dream of Apollo.
We stand on the shoulders of giants that came before us.
And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon.
Apollo. The goal of SpaceX is to try to advance rocket technology, and in particular to try to crack a problem that I think is vital for humanity to become a spacefaring civilization.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast. And I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
And now Elon Musk is the card. But Elon Musk is sending up huge rockets into the space. He's sending these rockets up. Do you know what he plans to do next? He's going to put people on them and send them up to the moon. The people that have the money, they're going to go up to the moon. What are they going to do? They're going to look out the windows and photograph the earth. Think of all these people that are going to be going up. And this is a few years, it's not long in the future. And they're going to be photographing this round, blue, beautiful planet out here in space. Thousands of photographs and videos from the space station as it moved in the heavens above the earth. Such a magnificent sight, it took his breath away. Right now, you can log on to the internet if you want to. And you can go to the International Space Station, the ISS, and you can get a live feed from that space station. Right now, you can watch it as it moves across the face of the earth.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
After this I beheld, and lo, another, like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is.
Let's start talking about space and what you've been doing there. Obviously, you've had some success landing the rocket.
Probably, and the most significant thing is being able to land an orbit-class rocket.
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
If you spin a marble or a coin on a coin funnel, when it's far out, it sort of spins slowly, and then as it gets closer, it spins faster and faster. And if you were to start at the bottom of the coin funnel and you wanted to exit, you'd spin it horizontally, and it would spin out, and that's really how you get to orbit. Yeah, so the gravity well is like a funnel.
Why you want to land on a ship in the ocean?
Because in order to get to orbit, all that matters is your horizontal velocity. Your altitude doesn't really matter. In fact, the force of gravity at say the sort of nominal boundary of space, 100 kilometers, is almost exactly the same as it is on the surface of the Earth. It's a few percent lower than the surface of the Earth. So in order to go up and stay up, the only thing that matters is how fast are you going horizontal to the Earth's surface. So you have that outward radial acceleration, or think of it like maybe like tetherball or something like that. It's really that outward acceleration is the thing that matters. And so when the rocket is going to orbit, the only reason it's going up is to get out of the thick part of the atmosphere. Because at high velocity, the atmosphere is thick as molasses. And so it goes up very briefly, but if you look at a long exposure of the rocket's trajectory, you'll see it goes up, but immediately curves over and starts going horizontal. And so at the point at which the point at which the stages separate, there's two stages.
After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured, and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns.
The primary boost stage, which is the most expensive part of the rocket, the point at which that staging occurs can be as high as Mach 10. But it's going away from the launch site at 10 times the speed of sound. So in order to get back to the launch site, you would have to have enough fuel and oxygen to reverse out that velocity and boost back all the way to the launch site. And you just don't have, the physics of it don't really allow you to have that much. It's not about saving money on fuel or anything, it's just physically impossible. Because another sort of thing about if you're in space is that there's nothing to react against. So, like whereas an aircraft can circle very easily because it's reacting against air, in vacuum there's nothing to react against. So the only way to go back the other direction is to apply just as much energy as it took you to go. If you want to go backwards, you have to apply just as much energy as it took you to go forwards. In fact, well, twice as much really, because you've got to zero it out, and then you've got to.
So you've got to land elsewhere.
Yeah. So bottom line is this thing is zinging out to sea at 10 times faster than a bullet.
At that point, it may well be over the ocean because the ocean covers most of the.
Oh, it's actually at the point of separation. It's not that far away. It's maybe 100 kilometers away from the launch site, but it is going like hell in the opposite, away from the launch site. So the only way to really land it is to have it continue on that arc, that ballistic arc, and then land far out to sea on a ship that's pre-positioned to a particular latitude and longitude, very, very precise, to within about a meter. And then the rocket will then go from vacuum through rarefied air at hypersonic velocity. So when it's in vacuum, it has to, obviously you can't use aero surfaces, you have to use nitrogen jets to control the attitude and position. And then as it starts to encounter the air, we use grid fins, because grid fins look like sort of like a waffle.
And it had great iron teeth.
They work quite well across a wide regime from both very high velocity hypersonics through supersonic, transonic, and subsonic. So it's hard to have aero surfaces that work well across that entire regime. And then, so once the aero forces become high, it uses the 4 grid fins to sort of control its attitude.
To land itself.
Yeah, it's controlling it's controlling pitch, yaw, and roll with the grid fins. And then once those grid fins will then position it to where it's fairly close to the ship, and then it will light, in this case, 3 of the 9 engines to arrest the velocity, and then drop to 1 engine for precision right before landing.
Right. Why is that important? Why has this moment been important for you?
Well, so in order to reuse the boost stage, which is about 70% of the cost of the rocket, so that
Which cost is that? How much is it?
well, I mean, it's sort of on the order of $30 to $35 million.
We've been going to space for what, 50 years or something like that?
Yeah.
Nobody, until you started doing this and Jeff Bezos' company has done it, the government never sort of saved the rockets.
But yeah.
They never saved the pallet of cash. Why not? And the Russians didn't either. I mean, what was the deal there?
Yeah, I mean, there was some attempt made to do that with the space shuttle, but there was no return. It's the first time that a rocket boost has returned to launch site from an orbital mission, and certainly the first time that there's been a landing on a ship out
But
to
the
sea.
regular rockets that went up that weren't designed like planes never tried to do this.
Right. The plane thing is not a good idea in my view. The plane, and the reason I think is, like, intuitively it seems like a plane should work, but actually if you consider that really every mode of transport has a design that is appropriate to its medium, and if you're in space, wings are not very useful because there's no air.
The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it.
And then if you want to go somewhere other than Earth, there's also no runways. So these are important considerations.
And I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death.
So that's why when they went to the moon, they used propulsive landing.
Right, but what I'm saying was when they built the space shuttle, it sort of was looked like a kind of bulbous
I think that appealed
plane.
to Congress, yeah.
Yeah. They went, cool, cool.
Yeah, it looked like an airplane.
Can you explain the Jeff Bezos?
Good one.
Jeff Bezos was here last night, and I asked him, what's the difference between what you're doing and what Elon Musk is doing? And he said, well, I think we have, I think he used the word like-minded in the general sense of it, and then he went on to explain some differences. But he talked about, and correct me if I'm misquoting him, but I think he was saying, this is all about laying the foundations of being able to do greater things by getting the basic infrastructure of being able to reuse these rockets down right. Is that correct? Do you have a similar starting point from him and your thinking process?
I think there's certainly some similarities of opinion. I think both Jeff and I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization and ultimately be out there among the stars. And I think
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
that's the exciting, inspiring future that I think certainly people in this room want.
For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God.
I mean, I think when I say multi-planet species, like that's really what we want to be. It's not like still being a single planet species but moving planets. It's really being a multi-planet species and having civilization and life as we know it extend beyond Earth to the rest of the solar system and ultimately to other star systems.
I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
I think that's the thing. That's the future that's exciting and inspiring, and I think that's what you need things like that to be glad to wake up in the morning. Like life can't be just about solving problems. Like there have to be things that are inspiring and exciting that make you glad to be alive.
And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
So in the immediate time frame, what is your goal for SpaceX now that you've done this, which is a huge accomplishment? What is the plan for you in the immediate time and then the longer range?
Sure. So we plan to refly one of the landed rocket boosters, hopefully in about 2 or 3 months, something like that. And then so that'll be an important milestone. So far, the stages are looking like quite good, even though they come through quite. It's a really difficult re-entry situation, but they're looking like they're in good shape. And we now have 4 of them. So we want to start reflying them, towards the end of summer, and then hopefully by the end of this year we'll be launching Falcon Heavy, which will be the most powerful rocket in the world by more than a factor of 2. So Falcon Heavy will be on the order of 5 million pounds of thrust on liftoff, which is about 2/3 the size of a Saturn V.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
that's the rocket that took the astronauts to the moon.
Right. Exactly.
So,
in fact, we're launching from the same pad, from the Apollo 11 pad.
And deceived them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
The launches will take place, every 2 to 4 weeks. There's quite a high launch cadence.
That's a much faster cadence than NASA had, right?
Yeah, it'll be more launches than anything else in the world.
And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people.
So more than Russia, more than Europe, more than China by next year, certainly.
And largely to deliver customers' satellites.
Yeah, there's a lot of broadcast and communication satellites that are going to geosynchronous orbit, and then we'll also be launching the new Iridium constellation. So that Iridium's got a next generation constellation of satellites. I think 60 or 70 satellites, quite decent sized satellites. That'll be like many orders of magnitude improvement over the current Iridium system. So we'll be able to have global broadband. So that'll be a whole bunch of launches, and and then next year we'll be flying Dragon version 2, which is the one that's capable of taking up to 7 astronauts to the space station.
I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things.
In fact, Dragon 2 really it's a propulsive lander as well, and it'll be it's intended to carry astronauts to the space station, but it's also capable of being a general science delivery platform to anywhere in the solar system. So
where are you going with it?
We're going to send one to Mars in 2018.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven. And behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads.
Now, let's talk about
wait. 2018, that's for sure.
Yeah, a couple of years.
Okay. Now, will you be on that flight?
No.
You have talked about this. You said you want to die on Mars, just not on landing, right? Is that correct?
Well, I think if you're going to choose a place to die, then Mars is probably, not a bad choice.
All right.
But you're not ready.
It's not some sort of Martian death wish or something. But if you're going to be born on Earth, die on Mars.
So sending this up to Mars 2018, right? Sending this up to Mars 2018, when will someone like you get there from your plans?
Sure. So the 2018 mission would be our Dragon version 2.
Right.
And I think if things go according to plan, we should be able to launch people probably in 2024 with arrival in 2025.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth, and them which dwell therein, to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live.
What's the solution?
Yeah, so I think the I think it's to essentially, I think one of the solutions that seems maybe the best one is to have an AI layer. If you think of, like, you've got your limbic system, your cortex, and then a digital layer, a sort of a third layer above the cortex, that could work well and symbiotically with you. I mean, just as your cortex works symbiotically with your limbic system, your sort of a third digital layer could work symbiotically with the rest.
This is something that's surgically inserted or bred into the species, or what?
The fundamental limitation is input-output. So we already have, we're already a cyborg. It's just that, I mean, you have a digital version of yourself, or partial version of yourself online in the form of your emails and your social media and all the things that you do. And you have basically superpowers in that with your computer and your phone and the applications that are there. You have more power than the President of the United States had 20 years ago. That you can answer any question, you can video conference with anyone anywhere, you can send a message to millions of people instantly. You know, you just do incredible things. And but the constraint is input-output. So we're I/O bound, particularly output bound. I mean, like your output level is so low. It's like, particularly on a phone, like your two thumbs are sort of tapping away. This is ridiculously slow. Our input is much better because we have a high bandwidth visual interface to the brain. Like our eyes take in a lot of data. So there's many orders of magnitude difference between input and output. So mostly effectively merging in a symbiotic way with digital intelligence revolves around eliminating the I/O constraint. So it'd be some sort of direct cortical interface.
And you called it a neural lace?
Neural lace, yeah.
It's totally not Google Glass, right?
No, I'm talking about something
but it's
which...
like you wear it? Or
No, I mean, it would be... I mean, there are a few ways to approach this, but some sort of interface directly with your cortical neurons particularly.
But doesn't that imply surgical insertion?
Not necessarily. You could go through the veins and arteries because that provides a complete roadway to all of your neurons. Your neurons are very heavy users of energy, so they need high blood flow. So you automatically, with your veins and arteries, have a road network to your neurons.
Still some kind of surgery, right? Some kind of surgery.
Yes, but you could insert something, you know, basically, you know, into the jugular, and have. It gets macabre, but
it sounds really easy and.
It doesn't involve.
It
doesn't involve, you know, like chopping your skull off or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, if we can figure out how to establish a high bandwidth neural interface
with ourselves.
With your digital self, effectively, then you're no longer a house cat.
You can see the International Space Station with your naked eye. I've seen it. You know, you look up and people are looking at it and they got their binoculars and they're looking at it, and you know, it's a little light dot and it's moving. No.
And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is.
show you something in 1 John chapter 2, verse 26. These things I have written unto you concerning them that seduce you. We need to start understanding who our enemy is. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We need to take these words seriously. Let's look at the word seduce. Leading astray, 4105 Strong's. Let's look at this. It is the root of the English term planet. Wandering body. This term nearly always conveys the sin of roaming. I lead astray, deceive, cause to wander.
And I went round to a place where nothing was made, and I saw a terrible thing, neither the high heaven nor the firm ground, but a desert place, prepared and terrible. And there I saw 7 stars of heaven bound on it together, like great mountains, and burning like fire. 7 stars like great burning mountains.
And the second angel sounded, and as it were, a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood, and the third part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died, and the third part of the ships were destroyed. And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers, and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is called Wormwood. And the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter.
Then I said, For what sin have they been bound, and why have they been thrown here? And Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and led me, spoke to me and said, Enoch, about whom do you ask? About whom do you inquire, ask, and care? These are some of the stars which transgress the command of the Lord Most High, and they have been bound here until 10,000 ages are completed, the number of days of their sin.
And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth.
And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying,
Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
And I heard another voice from heaven saying,
Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities.
And from there I went to another place, more terrible than this. And I saw a terrible thing. There was a great fire there, which burnt and blazed, and the place had no cleft reaching into the abyss, full of great pillars of fire, which were made to fall. Neither its extent nor its size could I see, nor could I see its source. Then I said, How terrible this place is, and how painful to look at. Then Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, answered me. He answered me and said to me, Enoch, why do you have such fear and terror because of this terrible place and before this pain? And he said to me, This place is the prison of the angels, and there they will be held forever. 7 stars like great burning mountains, and like a spirit questioning me, the angels said, This is the place of the end of heaven and earth. This is the prison for the stars of heaven and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire, these are the ones which transgress the command of the Lord from the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out at their proper times. And he was angry with them, and bound them until the time of the consummation of their sin, in the year of mystery. And Uriel said to me, the spirits of the angels who were promiscuous with women will stand here, and they, assuming many forms, made men unclean, and will lead men astray so that they sacrifice to demons as gods. And there I saw 7 stars of heaven bound on it together, like great mountains, and burning like fire. This place is the prison of the angels, and there they will be held forever. And Uriel said to me, the spirits of the angels who were promiscuous with women will stand here, stand here, stand here. And they, assuming many forms, made men unclean, and will lead men astray so that they sacrifice to demons as gods. And they will stand there until the great judgment, on which they will be judged, so that an end will be made of them.
And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition.
Mystery. Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me,
Wherefore didst thou marvel? And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
And the dragon gave him his power, and his seat and great authority.
Through the Commercial Resupply Services, which has already successfully completed 23 different missions, with more on the way.
And the dragon gave him his power, and his seat and great authority.
Then I lifted up mine eyes, and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward, and northward, and southward, so that no beasts might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will, and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram. And he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him. But he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him. And there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the hosts and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away.
In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt.
So deep it almost has a texture when you look at it. The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black, almost...
Even darkness which may be felt.
So deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
And darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Wandering stars.
Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame. Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment, and spared not the old world, but saved Noah, the eighth person, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood upon the world of the ungodly, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow, making them an ensample unto those that after should live ungodly. And these are wells without water, clouds that are carried with a tempest, to whom the mist of darkness is reserved forever.
When you come in from a spacewalk, you're surrounded by the emptiness of space. It's sort of like the opposite of air. There's nothing there at all. When you quickly repressurize the hatch and you open up the hatch and you smell, what is that lingering smell from a place that used to be exposed to space? The smell in there is a little bit like that trace of a smell of gunpowder or burnt steak, or sort of like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. It's a cool, lingering trace of a smell. I think what it really is, brimstone, like sort of that metallic gunpowder-fired smell, that a witch has just been there. In truth, it smells a little bit like a witch has just been there. It smells a little bit like a burnt steak. Brimstone, it smells a little bit like a burnt steak. Brimstone, like a witch has just been there. It's a witch has just been there. It's a witch has just been there. It's a witch has just been there. Brimstone. True.
Go forth and descend through all the heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, in that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, in that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend heavens, and thou wilt descend to the firmament, in that world to the angel in Sheol thou wilt descend. And we ascended to the firmament, I and he, and there I saw Samael and his hosts, and there was great fighting therein, and the angels of Satan were envying one another. And we ascended to the firmament, I and he, and there I saw Samael and his hosts, and there was great fighting therein, and the angels of Satan were envying one another.
For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment, not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment.
And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains unto darkness, unto the judgment of the great day. He hath reserved in everlasting chains. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains unto darkness, unto the judgment of the great day.
But cast them down to hell.
Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame. Wandering stars, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. And the blackness of darkness forever. Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
And the entire law of the stars will be closed to the sinners, and the thoughts of those who dwell upon the earth will go astray over them, and they will turn from all their ways and will go astray, and will think them gods.
Wandering stars.
And I saw a burning fire in what was in all the mountains, and I saw a place there beyond the great earth. There the waters gathered together, and I saw a deep chasm of the earth with pillars of heavenly fire, and I saw among them fiery pillars of heaven, which were falling, and as regards both height and depth they were immeasurable.
But cast them down to hell.
And beyond this chasm I saw a place, and it had neither the sky above it, nor the foundation of earth below it. There was no water on it, and no birds, but it was a desert place. And a terrible thing I saw there, 7 stars like great burning mountains,
wandering stars.
And like a spirit questioning me, the angel said, This is the place of the end of heaven and earth. This is the prison for the stars of heaven and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire, these are the ones which transgressed the command of the Lord.
Wandering stars.
From the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out at their proper times. And he was angry with them, and bound them until the time of the consummation of their sin, in the year of mystery. And Uriel said to me, The spirits of the angels who were promiscuous with women will stand here.
Blackness of darkness.
And they, assuming many forms,
wandering stars,
made men unclean, and will lead men astray, so that they sacrifice to demons as gods.
Wandering stars,
and they will stand there until the great judgment, on which they will be judged, so that an end will be made of them.
Whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. The blackness of darkness forever. Well, I believe he's clearly talking about hell. Because in the Bible, there's a place where there's darkness forever. And it's called hell in the lake of fire.
And realize that we're on this very special place, and this precious island in this abyss of darkness, 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 in this abyss of darkness.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black. Almost so deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman, and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. Here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is. And the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. Even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition.
And in those days the angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones, and the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway, but the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pained to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born.
Stage ground is go for flight.
Is necessary to transport a large number of people and cargo to Mars in order to create a self-sustaining civilization there.
have you on.
Thanks for having me.
So this is the Dragon that goes up into space, right?
Yeah, that's our Dragon spacecraft, or version 1, which is capable of taking cargo to and from the space station.
So when do human beings start going up in it, do you think?
So we expect to complete version 2 of Dragon, which will have astronaut transport capability.
And most of what you do now is send satellites up into space, right? That's how you pay the bills.
Exactly.
But you want to do something much more ambitious with SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean, the long-term aspiration is to develop the technologies necessary to transport a large number of people and cargo to Mars in order to create a self-sustaining civilization there. In order to create a self-sustaining civilization there. And that's really why I started the company, was because it seemed as though...
To create the possibility for life on other planets. To create the possibility for life on other planets. To create the possibility for life on other planets.
Yeah, exactly.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. If when he seeth the sword come upon the land, he blow the trumpet, and warn the people, then whosoever heareth the sound of the trumpet, and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head.
And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of chariots with men riding on them. And they came upon the wind from the east and from the west to the south. And the sound of the noise of their chariots was heard. And when this occurred, the holy ones observed it from heaven, and the pillars of the earth were shaken from their foundations, and the sound was heard from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven throughout the day.
On behalf of Ripley, Little Earth, myself, and our crew, welcome to the Crew Dragon. Congratulations to all of the teams who made yesterday's launch and today's docking a success. These amazing feats show us not how easy our mission is, but how capable we are of doing hard things. Welcome to the new era in spaceflight.
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
Liftoff of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, launching Dragon to the International Space Station, launching Dragon to...
He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
The son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned, who believed not the truth, but had pleasure.
After this I saw in the night visions, and behold a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. And I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulai. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high. But one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beasts might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will, and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice, by reason of transgression. And it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered.
He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven,
Now is come salvation, and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto the death.
Temperature confirmed. She confirms. On behalf of Ripley, Little Earth, myself, and our crew, welcome to the Crew Dragon. Congratulations to all of the teams who made yesterday's launch and today's docking a success. These amazing feats show us not how easy our mission is, but how capable we are of doing hard things. Welcome to the new era in spaceflight.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another,
Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said,
Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said,
Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do.
In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first. And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass, when I saw, that I was at Shushan in the palace which is in the province of Elam. And I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulai. Then I lifted up mine eyes, and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram. I'm stopping there because we need to look at this word ram, 352 in Strong's Concordance, A-Y-I-L, A-hill. The definition of it is a ram, but mighty man, lintel, oak, post, ram, tree, from the same as UWL, properly strength, hence anything strong, specifically a chief, politically also a ram, from his strength. a pilaster as a strong support, an oak or another strong tree, mighty man, lintel, oak, post, ram, tree. Then I lifted up mine eyes, and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beasts might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will, and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression. And it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. You know, Daniel described this so well, but he called it a he-goat. And by the time John got his vision of the time of the end, similar to Daniel, John knew the name. Let me read Revelation 12, verses 3 and 4. And there appeared another wonder in heaven. Remember, this is a vision John's having. This is something he's seeing. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression. And it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered.
All stations on Dragon, 1 minute until configure for terminal count.
T-minus 30 seconds. Minus 15 seconds.
Falcon 9, go for propellant loading.
Dragon is in countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
It's just after midnight on March 3rd, and you are looking at a live view of the Dragon spacecraft as it approaches the International Space Station for a planned docking in just under 2.5 hours from now. Dragon 2, Dragon,
and in case you missed it, which I don't know how you could have, the mission began just about 24 hours ago when Falcon 9 lifted off from historic Launch Pad 39A in Cape Canaveral at 2:49 a.m. local time, lighting up the sky. Falcon 9 carrying Crew Dragon in
Dragon is Dragon
will
Dragon
Dragon
all
Dragon Dragons
Dragon is Dragon space Dragon X Dragon into
Dragon Dragons
Dragon is Dragon's
Dragon Wall
Dragon is Dragon's Dragon deliver Dragon's
Dragon into space
Dragon space Dragon
Fly on Dragon. Crew Dragon.
Dragons. NASA's Commercial Crew Program, though, represents a new era in space travel, and since the end of the shuttle program, the only ride of the station has been on the Russian Soyuz. But by working with SpaceX and Boeing, there's soon going to be a new fleet of spacecraft capable of bringing humans to low Earth orbit. And of course, all of this supports the mission of the International Space Station, humanity's premier laboratory in space, where we're pushing the boundaries in science and technology every single day.
The space station, its history is really interesting. It's been up in orbit for almost 2 decades now. Let's take a close look at how the International Space Station came to be and its role in furthering human space exploration.
The International Space Station, a football field-sized, million-pound laboratory flying around planet Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. It's our home in low Earth orbit and the bridge to exploring the far reaches of our solar system. A place to learn what it takes to live, to work, to thrive in space. Thanks to space agencies representing more than a dozen countries around the world, it went from the drawing board to liftoff when the first piece flew into space in 1998. That kicked off over a decade of construction, hauling the station to orbit piece by piece on NASA's space shuttle and Russian rockets. And after the first crew arrived in November 2000, we started an unbroken streak of humans living and working in space. Building on the legacy of past outposts like Skylab and Mir, the International Space Station became the training ground for humanity's next great journeys. Learning how to live in space for extreme periods of time, building and perfecting the technologies necessary to travel to our neighbors in the solar system. It gave us a place right on our doorstep to prepare for the next giant leap into the unknown. And thanks to the station, a new era in outer space is unfolding. What was once the domain of only nations and governments is now populated by a growing space fleet from American industry. Private spacecraft to fly cargo and crew members, new habitats and technologies for future space missions, and an open door for companies, research institutions, and even students around the world to do research in space that have never had the opportunity before. All laying the foundation for a robust economy in space. There have been thousands of experiments, hundreds of spacewalks, endless hours of challenges and successes, all done by humans hailing from countries around the globe. The International Space Station is what we can achieve as a planet when we come together to do the things that are hard. And the work isn't slowing down, because we're ready for the next giant leap, because we're ready to go farther, because what we do and learn along the way is for the benefit of all of humankind.
Now let's talk a little more about Crew Dragon.
Dragon is basically fly itself, but Dragon.
Crew Dragon, Space Dragon,
Falcon 9, the Dragon caps
up to 7 crew members with
Dragon.
Dragon and Dragon to Dragon.